You're listening to CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living. To learn more about who we are, what we do, and how we do it, call toll-free 1-866-928-3310, and we'll send you out a no-obligation information kit absolutely free. 866-928-3310. The CFRN Emini Futures Cast is now on Stitcher. Listen to us on your iPhone, Android phones, BlackBerry, and WebOS phones. Stitcher is smart radio for your phone. Find it in your app store or at Stitcher.com. Stitcher Smart Radio, the smarter way to listen to radio.
Are you ready, Steve? Andy? Yeah! Bert? Well, all right, fellas. Let's go!
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Audible. Get a free audiobook download at www.audibletrial.com/CFRN. Over 85,000 titles. Choose from mystery, romance, religion, science, technology, business, New York Times bestsellers, even children's books. You name it, Audible has it. With 85,000 titles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect audiobook for yourself. Or to give as a gift, and it's absolutely free. Just point your browser to audibletrial.com/CFRN. That's audibletrial.com/CFRN. And become a part of the audiobook revolution by downloading your free audiobook today. audibletrial.com/CFRN.
Hey, trader, want to get rich quick? Well, good luck with that. If, on the other hand, you actually want to learn how to trade, the place to be is www.cfrn.net. Tune in Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern for our daily devotional, and then spend the next 3 hours learning how it's done from professional traders who actually trade for a living. That's www.cfrn.net. Every trading day from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern. CFRN, a community of believers who trade for a living.
Good afternoon, traders, and welcome back to the CFRN Emini Futures Cast. This is the daily broadcast of Indeterminate Length, where we discuss all things Emini, along with some really big ideas on the finer points of trading gold, bonds, crude, sugar, the euro, and even T-bills. Joining us today from our studios in Boston, Mr. Michael Borth. From our trading desk in Chicago, Mr. Burton Schlichter. Now, to get things started, let's go to our host and founder in Studio A, overlooking South Mountain, America's largest city park. Here's Dwayne.
Hey, good afternoon. Welcome back. Today is Friday. Happy Friday. Everybody's been working for the 4-day weekend, because I know half of you are already on the road. You're either headed for the slopes or headed for the beach. I wish I was with you, but I'm chained to this desk for another 2+ hours, bringing you the best that CFRN has to offer. I'm so glad you're with us, those of you that are. Some of you might be in your new car, and you might have touched tune-in radio on the dash of said car, and you might be enjoying this radio program on your way to the slopes or the beach. How cool is that? If you turn back the pages to one of the early podcasts done in 2005, it was a live broadcast, which I turned into a podcast before people knew how to do such things. I predicted that the day would come when you would listen to internet radio in your car. Back then, internet radio was the fodder of late-night stand-up comedians. Well, who has the last laugh now? Huh? Okay. It actually came to pass. Now, my vision was different. I saw this big old thing in your trunk, like some of the kids have that big speaker, that big woofer deal. Yeah, I saw that as turning your car into a mobile hotspot before the term mobile hotspot existed. I just called it that thing in your trunk. And it would suck down the internet from the satellites floating overhead, which, what a sad story that was yesterday. But anyway, I'm speaking of the Falcon rocket and its payload, the Facebook satellite, together $290 million, poof, just running a test to see if it was ready to launch Saturday morning. Gone, wiped out, kaput. That would have brought internet. Mark Zuckerberg was in Africa waiting to be one of the first people to receive a signal from that satellite, and boy, did his trip get spoiled. He'll get over it. Good for him, but you know, people make fun of him, you know, poor rich kid and all that. He's super liberal, you know. Of course, we don't agree on an awful lot, but nonetheless, when you see somebody trying to do good, now my wife, she says, Dwayne, seriously, you think he did it just to, you know, help people? I go, no, honey, I understand that if he can get everybody in the world on the internet, that he can get everybody in the world on Facebook, and he can make even more money that he'll never live long enough to spend. But that's beside the point. Those same people who use his internet for free to go on Facebook will also use it to transact their small business, to get payments via PayPal or other cool places like Elevon, who sent them a code last night. I mean, you just never know. But don't give up, Mark. Now, he did launch that plane. I forget the name of that. It's in the show notes. If your copy of the show notes from yesterday says more to come, guess what? There's more to come. I'll start a fresh show notes page today. Chris Robinson should be joining us at some point today. He is our grain expert. He writes the Robinson Review. I would encourage you to take a free trial of the Robinson Review, because that way he knows we appreciate him being on the show each and every Friday, except on the Fridays when he's unable to be on the show because he's out of town, or options are expiring, or whatever. So, to the newcomers, welcome. To the old hands, welcome back. To the newcomers, if you don't see a chart of the S&P 500, you just hear the melodious tones of my superbly trained radio voice. Then go to the home page at CFRN.net, and on the right-hand side of the page, click the big microphone. That's going to take you to a page that says Watch Live Now. Click that button. You won't have to click it again until the 1st of October. You're going to spend 30 seconds filling out a little questionnaire, and then you'll be transported to the live show already in progress. Home page, click the big microphone, follow the instructions, and then for the rest of the month, you'll get an email every day, 1 hour before the show starts, that says when you're ready to join the show, click here. So for the rest of the month of September, you'll have one-click access, and that's pretty cool. Now, without any further ado, let us go to the numbers. It's been a pretty quiet morning, except for when the news exploded higher. I did tell those in the live trading room this morning that once we broke 2180, 78, that this whole little globbed up area here, that the market would probably sell off down to the weekly trading zone below at 2170/71. Those of you that are riding that trade all the way to the zone, I would highly encourage you, as you get within 1 point of the zone, tighten up your stops. Do not let that thing, because remember, zones are an area. Okay. Yes, it's an exact number on the on the chart, but so is Fibonacci. It's an area. So you don't want to give back all that money you earned. Okay, this is how you earn a living. This isn't a weekend junket to Vegas. This is how we pay our mortgages, make our car payments. I hope you don't have car payments. Hope you don't have a mortgage. I hope you've paid off your home and paid off your car. And if you haven't, then I hope you have a plan in place so that you can do that. It creates a tremendous amount of freedom for a human being. Someone in the live trading room this morning typed this in after Michael left. I love it. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the nose. Now, I want to see who the first person is that can tell me, no, don't use Google. Now, that would be cheating. Who said, who was it?
Mike Tyson.
It sure was. Because I was talking to them about having a plan for their trading and how they can be in the 10% line versus the 90% line. And Mark L. typed in that quote. I'd never heard it before, but I have met Mike Tyson before. I was buying some white pigeons because they look like white doves, because the next day I had to bury a very close friend of mine. And at the end of the service, we released the white birds into the air. They circled overhead 3 times perfectly and then headed north back to the feed store because they were homing pigeons. But God, it was touching. I had never done that before. I will do it again. So let's look at these numbers. We're going to start in the US of A. I'm going to give you the cash numbers because throughout the show we'll be talking about the futures markets, the E-minis. So let's get started with the cash numbers. The Dow is up 46 points on the session. We're well off the session highs. NASDAQ is up 13, almost 14 points. S&P 500 is up 5.5. The Russell 2000 is up a little over 9 points. Now, we do have one mover shaker there, and that is the Russell, 0.75%. So, all green in the US of A. Turning to our commodity basket, crude oil is trading 44.41, make that 42. It's up $1.26 on the day. That's almost 3%. Now, our lowest weekly trading zone for crude this week is 44.60. So what we need to see between now and the close of business today, this afternoon, when the markets close, we need to see crude oil climb another 18 cents to keep our track record on track. So it's not a perfect track record, but considering the fact that we've been publishing zones since December 14th of 2009, we've had the markets close inside of the zones, well, let me just say, more times than not. I used to could say I could count the times that it didn't happen without taking off my shoes. I actually have to take off one shoe now to count the number of times it didn't happen. And we published the zones for 4 different markets. Currently we're doing the S&P, which we'll always do, the Dow, which we'll always do, the Russell, which we'll always do, and we're doing crude for a while because by unanimous request, that's what our partners said they wanted. Moving on to gold, my friend who's been accumulating silver, physical silver, he's very happy this morning to see that gold is up $5.50. 20 cents, trading 1322.30. Moving to the Asian markets, the Nikkei is down just a little over 1 point. Shanghai is up a little over 4 points. And the Hang Seng is up 104. That's just shy of half of 1%. Last but not least, I bet I need to take that call, but I'm not going to do it. So you can leave a voicemail. I got her number now. Let's go to, we did Asia. Yes. We're now in the European markets. Okay. It's green wall to wall. The DAX is up 149 points. Now that's 1.5%. That ain't no joke. The FTSE's up 148 points. That's over 2%. The CAC is up 102 points. That's over 2%. Wow. European markets are moving and shaking, and Mabel's dancing on the table, and there's a hot crap game in the back behind the bar. All right, enough of that. Europe's good. Asia, mixed. U.S., good, but well off the highs of the day. And commodities, green and more green. Now, here's something I want to say. Everybody's pretty much freaking out. The headline averages of the major stock indexes appear to be riding high, sitting near all-time records set just a few weeks ago. Unfortunately, a lot of the commentary seems to be weighted to the downside. From perma-bears to market skeptics, commentators seem to be waiting for a shoe to drop and the market to crash. I gotta say, I'm one of, when you always hear them talk about they or them, I'm one of they and one of them in regards to this topic. Even retail investors, as measured by the American Association of Individual Investors, are more bearish than bullish. In fact, bullish sentiment has been below its long-term average for 43 straight weeks. I'm to the point of saying that so many people are so bearish, we might need to buckle in for a rally, because sometimes that's how it works out. This downtrodden outlook is unwarranted, according to Scott Collier, the CEO and Chief Investment Officer at Advisors Asset Management. He says, I think there's a lot of pessimism out there. There's a lot of skeptics out there trying to figure out why stocks have gotten to this level and when it's going to fall. People are just way too pessimistic. Now, this is a man who has a right to his opinion because his firm has around $16.5 billion under management. The people that said sell in May were wrong. The people that said August is one of the worst months for stocks were wrong. Eventually, you have to just ignore it. In order to have a serious drop, according to Collier, you have to either have a deterioration in the outlook for earnings, which, if I'm not mistaken, we have, weakening in the economic picture, which I think we have, or an outside shock, and that's what we're waiting for. While the last of those three is tough to predict, stronger earnings data from the second quarter is an encouraging sign. Current projections, not so strong. You had projections that the S&P 500 aggregate earnings were going to be down 7% or so for the second quarter. They were down just 2%, which is much better than last quarter, and we expect that they will go positive next quarter. I don't think so. Additionally, the sustained good, but maybe not great economic data doesn't point to a serious downturn. Friends, we've built a house of cards. It's not going to take much of a huff and a puff from the big bad wolf to blow this sucker down. I'm just saying. When you reach new highs, people always think it's a top. They say, I'm going to find a reason that will cause me to leave the game. The issue is, Queller told us, many investors are trying to time the market, which usually means figuring out when the top is in. The issue is timing the market doesn't usually work and can lead to investors missing some of the best days. Now, I have some figures and statistics that I'm going to share with you next week that shows what would happen if you had bought some ETF that mirrored the S&P 500 20 years ago and left it alone. There were, I think, approximately 10 days. If you had missed being in the market those 10 days, you would have averaged about a nothing return. But if you happened to be in the market those 10 days, along with all the other days, the up days, down days, you would have had some pretty astronomical or at least decent returns. It's amazing what happens when you miss those good days, even as far and few between as they might be. It's staggering. But I have the facts and figures to back it all up, and that's going to be probably next Tuesday's show, okay? That along with Garrett Jones, if he makes it in. With all that said, I want to segue over to Michael right now so he can give us a recap of everything that happened in the live trading room today. Let me just start it out by saying the man was on fire. We had a great morning. He's going to go play by play, trade by trade. If you have any questions about, well, I don't understand, or, well, why do you say that, or what does that mean, type it into the chat box, okay? He and I will both be watching the chat box, and I want you to understand, nobody, and I mean nobody, can see what you type except me, Michael, and Mr. B if he happens to pop in. So you have anonymity. In other words, we're not going to call your name out first and last. We'll use your first name. And if it's a sensitive topic, we might not even use your name at all. If you want us to use your name and give everybody your phone number, we'll do that too. But that's rarely the case. All I want you to know is there's safety in the chat box. Share your heart. There are people tuned in around the world, and they actually have an interest in what you have to say. So if you got something on your chest, you want to get it off, if you got a thought, an idea, an opinion, please don't just be a spectator. We have turned radio into not a spectator sport, but a sport of participation. So let the games begin. Michael, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let me just get rid of a few things here. There. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm going to hit the record button. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Today is Friday, the 2nd day of September 2016. Today in the live trading room, we made 4 ticks on soybeans, 19 ticks on the euro, 8 ticks on crude, and no ticks on gold. That put us up $248.75 on the day. Okay. It took us 46 minutes and 8 trades today to get to the goal for the day. And when we closed out that trade, we were up $245 a contract. And we took a total of 16 trades. So far in the month, we're up $526. That's over 2 trading days, averaging $263 a day. If you were to apply an $8 commission to every trade we've taken, so far you'd be up $262 net. With a $5 commission, you'd be up $361 net. That's over 2 days. Okay. On the year now, we're at $41,371. That's over 166 trading days, averaging $249 per day. $249 per day. Okay, let's go over here. If you have not taken a free trial with us, then you should just go here to our homepage at I already did, Jeffrey. I already did that for you. CFRN.net, and in the right-hand column where it says register for a free trial, put in your name, put in your email, click on register for a free trial. Okay. Once you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click on the confirmation link. Okay, if you don't click the confirmation link, you do not get the free trial. That's how it works. All right. With that, I am going to minimize this and do this. Okay. On the YM today, I didn't trade the YM because, well, I did trade the YM, but not for you, not for the live trading room. And I just put on one big giant trade on the YM up here at 495. And here it is, 1,789 ticks. In the live trading room, though, I hate it when that happens. In the live trading room, the ES was in and around the weekly trading zone all morning, so we couldn't get any trades going on the YM. All right, until the ES pulled away, and then we could have done some. Give me just a minute here. I'm trying to get all these things back up in the right place. There we go. Okay, then we could have done some. But let's just go over gold first, okay? We started out on gold back here. All right, our first trade on gold was right here. We had a break even. Then we had another break even. Then we had can't see because I crossed it out. Looks like we had a couple ticks profit there, and a break even, then 4 ticks profit here, putting us at +6. No, something's missing. Something is missing. Why does this keep happening to me? I know we had a couple of ticks profit. A couple of ticks profit there. And then we ended up in here, I think we ended up with +6. And then we had 2 more somewhere. I don't know where. Probably right down here, and we ended up with +8. Right in here. And then we stopped out, and we ended up at break even. During the break, you can see it was really choppy in here. Not really anything that we could trade. It's starting to set up a long trade, though, right here. It's starting to set up a long trade right there. Okay? And you're waiting for it to close up above that trend line. And that was it. We ended up break even on gold after 5 trades. 5, is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this today? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 trades. 7 trades on gold. Okay, I gotta fix that in the spreadsheet. And it's setting up a long trade right here. Okay. On the ES, let's see, we'd only pointed out the one trade here on the ES because it started out right here above the BBC and right below the weekly trading zone. And then it got up above it right here, and it would have been a break-even trade. Then it got below it here, but we were above the BBC and right below the weekly trading zone. So we're just jammed in there. You know, there were no trades at all in there. And crude oil. On crude, where were we on the day? We were +8. All right, we started out with -8 on crude right here. Okay, then we got into this trade right here, and we had 22 ticks, I think we got on this trade. That put us at +16. 24 ticks, that put us at +16. And then we stopped out again right here. That put us back down to 8. And then we had a break-even trade right in there. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 4 trades on crude. That's right. That's what I have. We missed a trade there, there, there. and there, and there. But that was all during the break right in here, and then it got really choppy. So no trades in there. Okay, we ended with +8 on crude today. The soybeans, let me just go look at something here in the soybeans. Okay, I'm just going to put one of these down here, and then another one down there, and one more right there. Alright, so in the soybeans today, gosh, it was over here. We had one trade in the soybeans. It was right here. It took forever, and we got 4 ticks profit on it. Okay, and that was it. Let me see, and during the break, well, there was a short right there that would have been a break-even trade, and nothing else since then. Okay, on the euro today, yeah, we had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades. That matches up. Okay. Yeah, okay. The first trade here was a break-even on the euro. Then the second trade, we got 4 ticks profit. Then nothing there. Then right in here, we got 11 ticks profit, putting us at +15. We got another 4 ticks profit over here, putting us at +19. We missed this trade right here, and we had a break-even right there. It made a nice move up right here, but we didn't have a trade to go with that move up, sadly. And then just sideways action in there. Just sideways. And that was it. And that was it, guys. So, let me bring up my spreadsheet. Whatever I last talked about. Okay, so if you have not taken a free trial with us, go to the home page at CFRN.net, and in the right-hand column, put in your name, put in your email, click on register for a free trial. When you do that, you'll be sent a confirmation link. You must click the confirmation link, okay? If you don't click the confirmation link, you don't get a free trial, because we don't know you clicked it until then. All right, I feel like there's something else that I'm missing. Okay. Let's see, in the live trading room, we made 4 ticks on soybeans, 19 ticks on the euro, 8 ticks on crude. It was $248.75. It took us 16 trades to do that. Okay. It took 46 minutes and 8 trades to get to $245. And that was it. All right. On the month now, we're up $526. That's over 2 trading days, averaging $263 per day. $263 per day. Okay. On the year, we're up $41,371. That's over 166 trading days, averaging $249 per day. Okay, $249 per day. And that is that. I was going to fix the spreadsheet. That's right. You know what? I didn't do the net numbers, but the net numbers are going to change because this should be 18. Okay, the net numbers changed just a little bit. All right. Thanks for reminding me, Bob. It took me 18 trades to do that. Okay, not 16. All right, and that's it. With that, I am going to slide this back over here and shut off the recording and head back out to fabulous Phoenix, Arizona. Phoenix, if you are on the line.
I am. I'm finishing up. I'm sending an email to you.
Okay.
And then I need to log into one other place.
Okay.
Now, and I need to change the link there. I just want anyone who signs up this afternoon, I don't want them to get last week's
Yeah, I know what you mean.
information, and so I just got one more spot I have to change it in. I've already sent you your copy, which you should have in your inbox by now.
Okay.
And let me go to my legacy and click that. So what was the while this is loading, what was the recap of the recap today?
Today it took 46 minutes and 8 trades to get to $245.
46 minutes, 8 trades to get to $245.
Yep, when I closed out the trade, that's where I was.
Now, if you were trading the 2420 blueprint and you had been with us for a year and you had actually followed the book and the blueprint and you actually managed to get up to 10 contracts in that first year, how much money would you have made today doing the same amount of work?
Well, on the day, I would have made $2,487. $2,487 in the 2 hours this morning.
In the 2 hours, that would be trading the 10 contracts and not the one.
That is correct. Much like if you look here.
And the 2420 blueprint, folks, is designed to take you from 1 to 20 contracts over a period of 24 months. Now, that means you have to do your part. You've got to write your business plan. You've got to write your trading plan. You've got to, download the different things that we tell you that you need because of your unique situation, such as the recording software that allows us to hear what you're thinking. I know that sounds a little bit spooky tooth, but it's true. And we have all sorts of ways to help you overcome the things that trip up and weigh down most traders. All the mistakes that Michael and I made, all the money that Michael and I spent to get to where we are today, guess what? You get to shortcut right through that because you don't have to make the same mistakes we made. We made them for you.
Yes. And if you were following the 2420 blueprint, and this, you could say that adding 1 contract a month, the way that I trade in Live Trading Room, would follow the 2420 blueprint. You'd be up to 9 contracts right now and just doing what I do in the Live Trading Room. If you manage to do exactly what I do in the Live Trading Room and get filled at both ends of every trade, get complete fills, then that's where you would be, right there. That big
now,
number.
The caveat here is that the 2420 blueprint is going to cap you at 100 a day, except on days where, let's say, you're trading gold and you get stopped out with 3 ticks profit, then you get stopped out with 4 ticks profit, and then you hit your 10-tick target, done for the day. You actually made 17 ticks. You made 7 ticks by accident, really. I mean, you were only out, you're shooting for 10 and you nailed 17. The good news is the 7 trades you don't use up today roll forward till tomorrow. So going forward tomorrow, you got 17 trades to work with, not just 10. And you've got 7 rollover ticks in the kitty. You don't want to come in and just say, oh, all I got to get is 3 ticks today. No. Try to get your 10 ticks every day. Make your $100 every day. Only use the kitty when you absolutely, positively need to. Michael, would it be possible for you to talk to the audience for just 1 second, and then I'll be right back? Okay.
Yeah, there is a column for what Dwayne is talking about in the spreadsheet. We have this column right here. The value of the closed trades when the daily goal of $100 is reached. So there's a total, a gross number, and then a net number. This would be with $8 commission. This would be with a $5 commission. Those are monthly numbers. So you can go and do those times the number of contracts. That's so right now, you'd be up 231.50 with an $8 commission, or 282.50. And if you had 10 contracts, we'll say, you'd be up $2,310 or $2,820. Okay. And Jeffrey, as soon as I'm done in here, then I'll send all that stuff out. I have it ready to go, I think. Okay. You should have gotten something on Wednesday. But maybe I didn't send it to the people who started. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, I didn't send it to the people who started on Wednesday. Okay, does anybody have any questions about any of this? About this trade? The gold trade that I told you was coming together when I was going through the trades. That worked out really nicely. Close above the trend line right there. Still going. Okay. We are getting near our daily double trade. You have to remember with the soybeans, you don't want to end up holding overnight. Okay. So we got to keep an eye on that. I'm gonna post something in here for all the daily double people. Especially not this weekend. All right. I wanted to make sure everybody was aware of that. And Brian, I blew up the ES so we could look at what you were saying. You know, Dwayne was saying 2178. We break through that, we should drop down. And we did do, you know, what Dwayne said. And there's a zone right down here at 2171. So we'll see if we bounce off that. Okay, so we'll see if we end up bouncing off that. For the double people, I just sent you a message. If the soybean trade triggers, which it hasn't yet, but if it does, you want to make sure you're out of that trade by 2:20 Eastern time. We don't want to be holding overnight. We have crop report coming out on Monday, I think. Let me just check my calendar. July, August, September.
Okay, I'm back in the saddle.
Okay.
That was the call.
Okay,
I thought it was. But now, are there any unanswered?
No. Nope. All the questions are answered. Yeah, the crop report is on Tuesday. So, but you still don't want to end up holding. I put a message in the Telegram because, you know, the soybean trade, though it hasn't triggered yet, the soybean daily double trade hasn't triggered yet.
Yeah.
Soybeans close at 2:20 Eastern. So we want to make sure people aren't still looking for that trade at like 3 o'clock or holding on to it at 3 o'clock. It's like a good overnight margins.
So it never triggered, but you issued that warning. That's good. Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I guess with that, I'll take the screens, or if you'll push them to me.
Okay. Sure, I'll push them over. There you go.
Okay, and my screens are showing. Okay.
Yes.
Awesome. All right. I don't know if you have to go, but if you do, I bid you adieu, and I hope you have a great weekend.
Yes,
Being short is almost there on this bar, according to Brian. So if it does trigger, guys, even though it's got a first target, a second target, and an extreme exit, keep your eye on the clock, because that's what's really important. With soybeans, you do not want to get potentially locked limit up or limit down. I don't know if you can explain that real quick before you go, what that means.
Sure. Well, the soybeans have a range. I think it's 100 cents or $1 a day.
Mm-hmm.
And if it exceeds that range, or if it hits that range, then they, like let's say it's selling off and it hits that range, you can't get out of a trade. If you're in a long trade and it's selling off and it hits, locked limit down, you can't get out of your trade. And it could wake up the next day, locked limit down again. So, if you don't have enough money in your account to cover a couple limit down days in a row, you're never going to be able to get out of that trade.
Even though you can't get out, you're still losing money, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're still losing money. You still got the open position, and you're losing money on that position.
So
even if you don't have enough money in your account.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, being this is a long weekend, you do not want to get stuck in soybeans over the weekend because there is a crop report coming out on Tuesday, and that could cause the market to go limit up or limit down. Okay.
Yeah, especially if this thing triggers, you might send out that secondary warning. Word it any way that you want, but please make sure you're flat before the close at 2:15 Eastern, or you could end up locked limit up or locked limit down. Locked limit down would be the case in this instance if it triggers to the short side. So, okay. All right, guys. Well, we're going to pick up, as Michael is doing that, we're going to pick up with the one other headline I had that I wanted to share with you, because this is something I've very much been looking forward to. The Commission on Presidential Debates announced this morning the moderators for the general election debates. Now, it seems like yesterday there were 16 people standing on that stage at the first presidential debate. 16 men and women standing on the stage, all vying to be the next president of the United States of America. If I were a betting man and someone had said, I'll give you 10-to-1 odds that Donald Trump is going to be the last man standing, I would say, well, I'm not a betting man, so talk to my wife, she'll take the bet. Because we didn't believe he could be the last man standing, but America spoke, and he is the last man standing. And on the other side, there was only a couple of contenders, and the fact that she came out on top, especially now that it's been revealed that poor Bernie, I almost like that guy now, because I feel so sorry for him, because the emails that were leaked prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Democratic National Committee had no intention of ever letting that man become president. It was already baked into the cake that their candidate was going to be Hillary Clinton. How they can look themselves in the mirror, number one, after doing that, and number two, after having it revealed to the rest of the world, I don't know. It's like they have no conscience. That's sociopathic behavior, but it is what it is. So, Bernie, God bless you, brother. What they did to you and all of your supporters, I'll tell you who should really be ticked off, and that's all the people who believed in Bernie, right or wrong, and sent him money to support a campaign that could not win. Because from the highest levels of the Democratic Party, it was determined that Hillary Clinton would be the nominee, that she would go to the general election. And yet Bernie campaigned his heart out. He made speech after speech. He waved his little hands in the air and shouted and yelled, and people believed. People got the burn especially young kids, young adults. They believed in Bernie. Now, trust me, the last thing in the world I want, less than Hillary Clinton to be president, is for a socialist to be president. So, no matter who wins the election, we are about to spend 4 years with the most hated president in the history of America. 4 years with the most hated president in the history of America, no matter who wins. One, in my opinion, should be headed for a 8x4 cell as opposed to the Oval Office, because she's guilty of war crimes. Those Americans who died in Benghazi, she might as well have put a gun to their head herself. The emails, the fact that she put so many lives in danger by sending top secret and classified information. There were people combing through those emails who all of a sudden had to put their hands over their eyes and go, oh my God, I don't have a high enough security clearance to even be reading this to verify whether or not I should be reading this. It was that bad. And yet, as it stands, they're still going to let people vote for her to be president. And it scares me that so many Americans are so uneducated that they are going to vote for her. Some because she's a woman, some because she stands for women's rights, even though her and her husband both take money from countries that ritually abuse women, mutilate their genitalia, and all kinds of other stuff. Her husband, there's a book out, The Clintons' War on Women. 24 women who've come forward and told their story, how they were brutally raped by Bill Clinton. And you know, if you elect Hillary, you're electing Billary. Okay? I know some people enjoyed his presidency. Some people are idiots. All right? I'm sorry. But the truth needs to be told, because America hangs in the balance. Now, NBC nightly news anchor Lester Holt will moderate the first presidential debate, which will take place at Hofstra University in New York on September 26th. ABC News correspondent Martha Raddatz and CNN anchor Anderson Cooper will moderate the second presidential debate, scheduled for October 9th at Washington University in St. Louis. And Fox News Sunday anchor Chris Wallace will moderate the third presidential debate, which will be held at the University of Nevada at Las Vegas on October 19th. CBS News correspondent Elaine Quijano will moderate the vice presidential debate on October 4th at Longwood University in Virginia. These journalists bring extensive experience to the job of moderating and understand the importance of using expanded time periods effectively. The statement added, the formats chosen for this year's debates are designed to build on the formats introduced in 2012, which focused big blocks of time on major domestic and foreign topics. We are grateful for their willingness to moderate and confident that the public will learn more about the candidates and the issues as a result. Wallace also issued a statement about being chosen as a moderator. I am very excited to have the opportunity, he said in a statement. Personally, I'm excited. I'm also excited because I will be the first Fox reporter to ever moderate a presidential debate. So I think that's quite a statement for our news organization. Which brings up a question in my mind of all the moderators that I just mentioned. Who's a conservative? Who's a liberal? Who's a moderate? Now, if you don't think the answer to that question can color the flavor and the outcome of the debate itself, you're sadly mistaken. I believe that each debate, in my humble opinion, should have two moderators, one conservative and one liberal. Possibly even three moderators, put a moderate in the middle between them so they don't get in a fight. So that's how it's coming down, folks. We are, I forget how many days now, from electing the next president of the United States of America. Now, when that election takes place, remember, they don't walk into the Oval Office the next day. The current president knows how short his window of time is. And if you think you've seen a lot of executive orders in the past, if you think you've seen a lot of blank checks written, if you think you've seen a lot of presidential pardons for hardened criminals, baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. This man is going to turn and burn like nobody's business. And guess what? There ain't a doggone thing we can do about it. I take that back. We can pray. Father, we pray for our nation. It hangs in the balance right now. Only you, God, know who the right person is to stand in that Oval Office. Only you can see the future. And so we pray, God, whether we're conservative or liberal, Democrat or Republican, moderate, God, we just pray that as this election approaches, your will be done. You created a great country, the greatest country on the face of the earth. And Lord, if we will bow our knee to you and pray, I believe America will return to being the greatest nation on the face of the earth, beyond a shadow of a doubt. A place known as a safe harbor, not only for human lives, but for finances, for all things. We believe in freedom, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. These are the precepts upon which this great country was built. And so, Father, we place it in your hands, that on Election Day, your will be done. In Jesus' name, amen. All right, guys, we are going to head over to our good word for the day. We're in the midst of a series, Overcoming Temptation. I don't care how much holier than thou thinkst thy is. We all face temptation from time to time. And so today we go to Genesis 39:12, and it says, he ran from the house. Okay? The Bible says, Joseph was a very handsome and well-built young man. And Potiphar's wife began to look at him lustfully. This is like, I I can just see the TV series now, Wives of the Old Testament. You know, you got Wives of New York and Wives of Orange County, Wives of the Old Testament. Anyway, I think too much. She looked at Joseph lustfully and said, "Come, sleep with me." P.S. She wasn't planning on sleeping. But Joseph refused. "Look," he told her, "my master trusts me with everything in his entire household. How could I do such a wicked thing? It would be a great sin against God." But man, she kept putting pressure on Joseph day after day after day. I don't know if they had short skirts back then, but if they did, I bet she wore them. I don't think they had high heels, but if they did, she'd have wore them. Low-cut blouses, push-up bras, oh yeah. But whatever means they had for making themselves attractive to a man, I'm sure she used every possible ploy day after day, but day after day, he refused to sleep with her. And he kept out of her way as much as possible. One day, however, no one else was around, and when he went in to do his work, she came and grabbed him by his cloak, demanding, "Come on, sleep with me." Joseph tore himself away, but he left his cloak in her hand as he ran from the house. Genesis 39, 6 through 12. Note the words. She kept putting pressure on Joseph day after day. Joseph's temptation kept happening when he was around a certain person, Potiphar's wife. Now remember, Joseph was a handsome, strong, well-built young man, according to the good book. And as any young man, I'm sure he had natural desires. He wasn't a eunuch. He hadn't had his business whacked off. He was all man all the time. And young men have certain desires, okay? But he was only tempted when he was around Potiphar's wife. And it kept happening when he was in a certain place, Potiphar's house. Are we catching the theme here? So he ran. Not because he was weak, but because he was wise. He understood that if you hang around temptation too long, you're playing with fire and setting yourself up to get burned. Let's say you were once hopelessly addicted to crack cocaine, just to pull an example out of the air. And you tell your wife, "Hey, I'm going over to so-and-so's house to watch the Super Bowl." "But honey, they'll all be smoking crack." "Oh, honey, you know I don't fool with that no more." Well, there's an old saying, if you go to the barbershop enough times, sooner or later, you're going to get a haircut. All right? So, use your head. Do not put yourself around people or places that are going to tempt you. That's half the battle right there. Am I hitting home? Okay. Same if you've chosen to stop drinking because alcohol presented a problem in your life. Your life became unmanageable. But yet you're going to go over to somebody's house and watch the Super Bowl, and you know that everybody's going to be, man, they're going to have beer, they're going to have hard alcohol, and people are going to be handing you drinks left and right, and you're going to have to say, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you, no thank you. And about the 10th time somebody pushes one at you, that little imp in the back of your brain is going to say, "Oh, come on, It's been 6 months. Just one won't hurt. But there is no just one. You see, if you are, by definition, an alcoholic, one is too many, and 1,000 isn't enough. Am I ringing some bells? I hope so. Joseph ran out of Potiphar's house, not because he was weak, but because he was wise. He understood that if you hang around temptation too long, you're playing with fire and you're setting yourself up to get burned. So let me ask you this question. What people and what places do you need to avoid? Now, stop worrying about other people's business and ask yourself this question. What people and what places do you need to avoid? Now, obviously, if alcohol is a problem, you shouldn't go to the bar. And I could go on with a list of the obvious. But there are going to be times when temptation sneaks up on you, when you least expect it. What sources of temptation do you need to remove from your life in order to live victoriously? Remember the old Kenny Rogers song, you got to know when to hold 'em, and you got to know when to fold 'em. Know when to walk away, and know when to run. God isn't dishonored when you run. You're dishonored when you don't. And that's our good word for the day. All right. Hermine. It's Georgia, Florida, and the Carolinas. 83,000 people in Georgia are without power right now. Father, we pray for the people who are in the path of this storm. We pray for their protection. We pray that their electricity be restored, that their homes be protected by the shelter of your hand, and that it would be over quickly, and that their lives would return to normal. In Jesus' name we pray. All right. So we've covered a lot, and we've done it in a pretty fair amount of time. We talked about the upcoming debates. We talked about the potential downfall on Wall Street. And we made it through our good word for the day. About the only thing we haven't done is our Concierge Trade Alerts. Now, my curiosity is, will Chris be joining us today? Let me take a look in my better send him an email just to ask. And so that I don't have to one moment, please. I just had to retrieve a link to send him. See, this is raw radio, where the host puts the audience on hold so he can send an email. Okay, let me bring up the Concierge Trade Alerts. Not going to have much in the way of show notes for tonight, so do keep in mind we will be closed Monday for Labor Day. Now, you won't get a reminder email. I had the forethought to take care of that already. But we will be back Tuesday morning for the live trading room. If you're on the trial, don't freak out when we're not here Monday because the markets are closed. Okay? Now, what I didn't check, and I should check, is will there be a Sunday night Globex session? I honestly don't know the answer to that. If Mr. B is listening, he could probably electrify me with an answer. Let me see if he's in the house. Stand by. You rascal. No, I think he left for holiday early. Okay, so I won't be getting an answer out of him. If anyone in the audience knows if there's going to be a Globex session Sunday night, I think there will be. Here's what I think will happen. Globex will open for regular trading Sunday night, 6 p.m., soybeans at 8 p.m. About 1 o'clock Eastern, Monday, the markets will shut down in observance of Labor Day. Now, these are the futures and commodity markets, not the stock market. The stock market's definitely closed. But that's one of the reasons we love futures is they rarely sleep. So Labor Day will be honored for approximately 5 hours until 6 p.m. Eastern Monday night, and then, boom, that will begin. Actually, the Tuesday session will begin Sunday night. Then we'll take those few hours off Monday, and at 6 p.m. Eastern on Monday, markets will open for Globex trading. Bear in mind, day session margins are in effect even when it's dark outside. When the market opens at 6 p.m. Sunday night, and when it opens again at 6 p.m. Monday night, those $500 margins that you enjoy on S&P, Russell, Dow, NASDAQ, and other markets, they are available even though they call them day session rates. And even though it's dark outside, yep, it's crazy. But don't tell anybody because they might stop. So just let it roll, okay? Of course, all brokers can have different rules, so be sure and check with your own broker just to be sure. The last thing in the world you want is a margin call, because with a margin call, not only does your position get liquidated, but depending upon the broker, and I think this is true with all brokers, you're forced to sit in the penalty box for the entire next session. So you could have oodles of money in your account and they won't let you place a trade. I know, it seems rather harsh, doesn't it? All right. Okay, so look what we had. We had a leg and a retrace, a leg and a retrace. This should set us up for our final leg that takes us down to the zone. Leg, retrace, that's the way the market goes. We'll see what happens. Okay, let me see if there's any unanswered questions in the chat box. Bob says it sounds like one should avoid the Super Bowl at all costs. Yeah. God, it's amazing how much money they get for one of those commercials. I'm telling you, it's crazy. All right, on the S&P, we were looking to be buyers at 73, sellers at 61. Our traders got this information last night at 8:50 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to mark it as 9 o'clock. 9 plus 12 is 21, so it'll be 2100 hours. Right there. The red candle next to the doji. Okay. Red candle next to the doji. It don't look right. Ah, the red candle next to the doji. 2100. Okay. So again, buyer at 73. Here's 73. You'll notice 2 points away from the zone. Buyer at 2173. Buy 2173. Okay. Now, what was the sell side? 61. Never got touched. Now, what we did do is we did come back. Important prices, important areas are almost always tested, aren't they? So from 73, we bounced back up to 77. So that was a 4-point run right there. And there may be more to come. There's a battle going on right now between buyers and sellers, okay? You got buyers parked right here, you got sellers parked right here. For the moment, buyers have the upper hand. Brian's comment that a typical 10-point move by the quote-unquote big boys, not terminology I use, but he does, and he's comfortable with that. And so far what he said is held true. Okay? Give credit where credit's due. I'm a firm believer in that. Okay, so if you bought 2173, the swing high was 2183.75. So that's 10.75. 10.75 points available per contract. Okay? And then we got below the trigger, and bang, another 4 points. Okay? I'm just going to put a little 4 right there. You'll know what it means. Okay? Now, how many points do we need in the S&P to reach our daily goal if we're trading the 2420 blueprint? 2. Not 10 3/4, but 2. 2 S&P points is $100. S&P pays $50 per point. Okay? So with that said, I believe Yeah, Brian, I agree with you. Brian says that was on the short side from the high. That's what I was saying. That's what I was giving you credit for, from here to here. Could it run all the way up again? It could. It absolutely could. If it breaks back below 2173 again, see, my call for 71 in the live trading room was based upon, well, it's too much detail, but this does allow me to point out that 2-point buffer zone. Okay, remember I went 2 points away from the zone to put my alert, and all I was looking to do really in my mind's eye was go from 73 to 80. That would be a 7-point trade. But we got a little bonus. It actually ran 10 3/4. There's a reason behind everything we do. It's all, sometimes it may look like madness, but there is a method to the madness. We don't do anything willy-nilly. It's all carefully thought out, carefully planned. And as a partner, you'll learn you'll learn everything a partner's supposed to learn. But if you spend additional time with us when your 90-day mentoring program is up, just hanging out with us, you're going to start to pick up on some stuff and go, oh. But trust me, just as a mentoring student, you get more than your money's worth. That guy on late night TV with the infomercial that wants to sell you 5 days for $7,000, how does he sleep at night? He was once asked that during an interview, and he said, on my side. We give you 90 days for a fraction of that. I mean, plus you get unlimited one-on-one mentoring. Do you actually think you can call and talk to that guy on the infomercial? The answer is no. But we allow you unlimited mentoring. Now, when your 90 days are up, we don't just kick you to the curb. You own the indicator set for life, and for a minimal monthly fee, you can remain an active partner for as long as you want. It's like this never-ending mentoring program. Every month that you renew at $75, everything stays the same. It just keeps going and going and going and going until maybe, you're going on a 3-month vacation. You're taking a cruise around the world and you're not going to do any trading because you've made some money and you want to enjoy some life. Okay, you can actually put your membership on hold at that point and fire it back up when you return if you want. Or you can just let it ride. If you got enough money to take a 3-month cruise, you can probably afford to just let it ride. So, all right, let's get moving. Dow. Look at that. Look at that pattern. Look how it went just over the zone. Look where it's gone. S&P, Dow. Pretty amazing, eh? Hey Bob, is that link you gave me something I could actually show on family radio? Or is that something I should view in the privacy of my own home? Behind closed doors because I have children. I mean, I'm just reading the URL and those 3 letters. Unless that stands for World Trading Federation, and I'm guessing it doesn't. I don't know that I should show that. So you let me know, and I'll just move on to the Dow. Okay. 2100 hours. Oh, measure twice, cut once. Got it, 2100. Okay. Sometimes you get lucky. YM by 18,420. 5 points. With the S&P, it's 2. With the Dow, it's 5. By 18. Wait a minute. Yeah, by 18,420. Okay. I gotta stretch that a little bit, don't I? Now, $18.4. Oh, I had it for a minute. All right, $18.420. Right there. Okay. Did you get stopped out on that little guy right there? No. Honestly, I mean, once you know how to set your stop, once you know how to read the market, and I'm happy to teach you. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. If you take the Concierge Trade Alert trial next Wednesday, I will hold a 45-minute webinar only for those on the free $1 trial. I've never done this before, okay? So this will be a first. Now, if you sign up for the Concierge Trade Alert, okay, don't do it until, don't take that trial until Monday night, all right? Because I want you to get the most time for your trial, okay? So take the trial Monday night. No. Take it Monday afternoon. Take it Monday after, or take it any time on Monday. It's gonna amount to the same thing. Take it any time on Monday, okay? You'll get your first set of numbers Monday night. You'll kind of watch them and go, you know what? I should do the webinar on Tuesday. I know Michael does a Tuesday webinar, but I'm just going to do mine after his. So I'm going to change this to Tuesday. And so I don't bump into him. We got 2 meeting rooms anyway. Tuesday, but I don't want to detract. Tuesday at 5 p.m. EDT. If you take the Concierge Trade Alert trial, on Labor Day, I will hold a 45-minute webinar for those for those only on the $1 trial. Next Tuesday at 5 p.m. EDT. Okay, so let's see what that looks like in King's English. Let me blow it up. No sense anybody got to go. Line. Okay. I can't make it any clearer than this. Now, what's the purpose of this? So I can sell you? I can put the clothes on you? Nah, my selling days are over. I spent too many years closing the deal and teaching people how to close the deal. If you take the Concierge Trade Alert, and you know what? I don't care if you've taken it before, you can take it again because this is a special occasion. If you take the Concierge really? If you take the Concierge Trade Alert trial on Labor Day, the reason I say wait till Labor Day is because you're not going to get anything today, tomorrow, Sunday. But if you sign up Labor Day, if you take the Concierge Trade Alert trial on Labor Day, oh God, I gotta do it again. On Labor Day, before 6 p.m. EDT, if you take the Concierge Trade Alert trial on Labor Day before 6 p.m. Eastern, I will hold a 45-minute webinar for those only on the $1 trial next Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern. So what will happen is Monday night, you'll get the alerts for Tuesday, and you'll watch me recap them, just like I'm recapping them now. And you might be a little mystified. But what I'll do is during that webinar, I'll clarify a few things so that the rest of your trial makes sense. You can actually trade it in sim. I don't want you throwing live money at the market. Trade it in sim. Michael, is that you in the background?
It's Leslie. I have Chris.
Oh, wonderful, Chris. We've been waiting for you, sir. Come on. Bring him in.
Chris, go ahead, please.
How are you?
Hey, buddy. How are you?
Dwayne. I'm good, Dwayne. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. You've been busy the last couple weeks. Last Friday was options expiration, and you were out of town. So tell me what's been going on in the world of greens. What should be what we should be looking at, looking for?
We have a very large crop, and we've got prices at multi-year lows. We've got corn at 7-year lows, wheat at 10-year lows, and soybeans. Even though we've had a really good rally earlier this year, if we take out the contract lows, those will also be down multi-year lows. We started the year down at $8.50. Soybeans traded all the way up to almost $12, $11.87. The low last week was we had given back almost 80% of that. So we got within 70 cents of the old low. So just a very, very volatile year. A lot of people thought we were going to have a rally fueled by a potential drought, and that did not show up. And you just saw, we've talked about this before, price discovery. You can have all the best information in the world, and if your opinion's wrong, price discovery can really hurt your bottom line. So that's where we're sitting now. We're heading into harvest where we're looking at a, if not a record crop, the second largest crop. a 15 billion bushel corn crop and over a 4 billion bushel soybean crop, very large. This on top of large worldwide carryout. So fundamentally, very bearish. However, we've seen this before. You go back and look at the charts, market gets oversold, and it's given us, despite the overall downward trend, I think the thing of note, if you go back and look at the soybean chart,
I'm going to the soybean chart right now, and I'm going to put it on daily so that I can show the audience.
Yeah, pull up Novi Beans, and you can see on the August 12th we had a USDA report. We spiked lower there, and then we had a 77-cent rally. A lot of people thought that we were at the lows were in there, and then lo and behold, just last week on the 22nd,
what day did we get that report?
It was on the 12th.
August 12th.
8/12/2016. The low was 962.5, and the high was 992. Then we took off and rallied all the way up to 1020. Everybody thought we were going to get healthy again, and they thought that the Pro Farmer Tour, did their annual crop tour. Now, typically they are always underneath. Historically, they are always under whatever the USDA has calculated as far as what the yields. Historically, they're always about 5 bushel yield lower than the USDA.
Yeah.
And that's about what they were for corn. However, for beans, they were relatively close to what the USDA had said, and I think that shocked a lot of people. And they did. Once they got into Illinois and some of the I states, they had very, very large pod counts in these beans. So lo and behold, that 70-cent rally was eviscerated, and then we fell down to new lows. Yesterday, we made a new low for the move. Now, we've had a bounce since then.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it's a dead cat bounce or if we're going to, but we've seen this time and time before. We have a hard break. We rally back. It's just enough to get the longs to think that they're okay or to convince the American farmer that they're going to be okay. And we may have a kind of a lather, rinse, repeat market. We've got another USDA report on the 12th of this month, and that's what's driving this market. Fundamental news, the hard data is negative. And now, the other thing is people keep talking about the really good exports. China has been buying our grain, our soybeans, with both hands.
Right.
Tremendous amount of buying, but this goes to show you that the price discovery, the market will do what it wants to do. So even though the Chinese have been very, very, very big buyers, we're at 4-month lows. And if we were to take out the March lows, then we'd have a real problem. That March low, if you go back to March 2nd, that 868, 870 level, that's a pretty big support level. So moving forward, we'll have to see. And then obviously a lot of people were looking at the contract low back in September of 2015, and that was 850. A lot of people believe that if we go below 850, then we're looking at soybeans with a 7 in front of it. So we'll see moving forward. I think for a lot of bulls were hurt because this is a trend following market. If you're a trend follower and you got long in March, you made a lot of money.
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't have some sort of exit strategy, lo and behold, you've given it all away. So
yeah. Now what I
moving
did
forward, we're looking at.
Are you a Fibonacci guy at all?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
All right. I drew what I call reverse fibs from the high that was put in on June 13th, and I pulled it down to the low that was put in on August 2nd. And basically this last rally ran up and hit the 24% reverse fib retracement, rolled over and headed back down to test the low, put in a new low. And so based on how I see the markets, it would take a lot of work to turn this thing around and go higher. So I'm with the crowd right now looking for lower prices. We would need to get above 963.50 for me to be comfortable considering initiating long positions.
Yeah,
longer term.
Back.
Yeah, I'm not talking about a day trade. I'm talking about a bigger picture kind of trade.
Yeah, no, I mean, so I agree with you. You know, the market's oversold, and it looks like it wants to go lower. But I think along the way, I would say this: you're going to have good opportunities to catch short cover rallies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so if all you did, you know, so at this point, I think you want to be a seller of rallies.
Yep.
For sure.
Sell the rally.
Cover on the breaks. Yeah, sell a rally. So soybeans, and then really soybeans have really dominated the rest of the market as well too. You've got corn and wheat. Corn, I don't think we would have had a 450 corn or 449 corn this year if we had not had a $3 rally in beans. Beans pulled everything up. You had a tremendous amount of money come into commodities, not only here in the U.S. but also in China.
Well, people are looking for any place they can make a buck.
Right, and they're chasing things.
Yeah.
And about 4 or 5 months ago, I was interviewed with some Chinese television station came here and wanted to talk about hogs and also soybeans. Yeah, and because their whole society, they got burned trading stocks, right? And then you had all those holds and stuff.
Now they're buying up land,
government said,
hand over fist in Africa.
Right. They put a lot of speculative money in China went into commodities, and at the first of the year, and you saw that jump. You saw a crude oil rally, and you saw a gold rally. The gold rally kind of fizzled, and although the gold has caught a bid here at 1300, they hit that trend line in the 100-day average of gold and held. Well, I would continue to watch that in gold as well, because I still think that if the Fed does raise, now it's about a 55% chance they're going to raise. If the Fed does raise, it's going to strengthen the dollar, and that should put pressure, I would think, on gold. So, we throw it all in a bottle of wax. What does it give you? It gives you really good opportunity, and as long as you follow a disciplined system like you guys do, it's giving you great opportunities. The soybeans have probably been, if you were actively traded in this year and were disciplined, probably gave you some of the best returns of a lot of markets.
I have said this for years. November beans are the kindest beans of all. We always do well in November beans. No matter which way they're going, we go with them and we make money. So it's a really, I enjoy trade. Now, I'm going to ask you a question. Have you ever heard of, are you familiar with the term geoengineering?
Geoengineering. Well, I can break it down. This has to do with,
It has to do with the government manipulating the weather.
Oh, yeah. I've heard about that.
Yeah. Now there's the tinfoil hat crowd that talks about chemtrails and whatnot. And then there's a body of very serious academics over at geoengineeringwatch.org.
Yeah.
Chuck Norris just made a video. I mean, and if you can't believe Chuck, who can you believe? I mean, Chuck either drank the Kool-Aid or Chuck knows what he's talking about. And so my Monday guest is Dane Wigington. He's the founder of geoengineeringwatch.org. And if you get an opportunity to go to emini.cfrn.net, you can watch Monday's show, you can listen to Dane, and there's a ton of show notes. It's an eye-opening experience. Again, for a long time, I thought, come on, that's just ridiculous. But the more I listen, the more I read, the more I study, the more concerned I become that we may be slowly. And what's your opinion on these genetically modified seeds?
Well, I think
GMO.
I don't think that you'd have 175 bushel yield corn or 50 bushel beans without it. You go back, if you want to go back to agriculture in the 1920s and 1930s, 80% of the population was involved in agriculture because that's what it took to feed.
Mm-hmm.
So, and an average yield, they would yield 10 or 15 bushels of beans. Maybe if a good year, they'd have 30, 40 bushels of corn. And that fundamentally changed our society in the world when we were able to get more, whatever you name it, drought-resistant, drug-resistant crops.
Mm-hmm.
So, and people get confused too when they talk about corn and those seeds. 90% of the corn, it's not all sweet corn. It's not the stuff that you eat on a barbecue, on a Sunday morning at church. Right. It's wheat corn, it's corn that it's a different thing. So
something you feed to the hogs.
Yeah, exactly. And same thing with soybeans. Now, soybeans, that's become a bigger crop. In fact, now South America produces more soybeans than we do, and that's all because of what happened down there with them, turning parts of obviously the rainforest and stuff, and they've cultivated it. But if you want to feed 5 billion people or 6 billion people, wherever around the world, you're going to have to continue to have higher and higher yields. And I think as time goes on, that's the wave. And to hold your breath and say that you want to go back to farming the way Sacagawea did it with the turn of this back in the 1700s. God love you. Go live in a kibbutz and raise your own chickens, and But if you're going to be in an advanced agricultural society, you're going to have to make amends with the fact that and if you look at what they do, the first person that got involved in genetic quote unquote engineering,
Bill Gates.
No, not Bill Gates. You go back to the early geneticists. He was a Catholic monk. You know what I mean? He noticed that if you bred one pea with a different type of pea, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the initial whole thing about what's going on with genes. So what used to take 50 years to do just by kind of trial and error, well, we want to have this trait, we want to have that trait, they did that stuff. They've been able to do it now. They can specifically go in and decide, all right, this is what we want to do, this is what we don't want to do. Now, some people are afraid of that because they don't understand it. And I mean, I went to good school, I'm not a geneticist, so the natural reaction is fear. But I think overall, I think it's something that is going to benefit the planet rather than hurt it. So I could be wrong.
I love
what I see now and everything else.
Views like this, because that makes for good radio. I mean, when the way you just described that, if we want this trait, and this trait in our soybeans, then we do this, this, and this. I mean, how long before we start genetically modifying our children? Well, I want them to be an athlete.
It all started. If you look at the history of genetics, it started with he was a friar, Johann Mendel. Johann Mendel.
I will look him up.
1866. So he was a religious guy. He was a friar, and he just started writing down what he noticed. So 1866. You're talking about the Civil War time. So look at the leaps we've made, and just 150 years. So it's like everything else. It's the wave of the future. I think if it upsets you, then by all means, be careful what you eat. But at the end of the day,
my wife grows most of our food organically in our backyard, even though we live in the desert in Phoenix, Arizona. She's got this most incredible garden out back. It's just unbelievable. My little girl brought in a squash the other day she could barely carry. And there's no chemicals, no just enriched soil with we do our own composting, and my wife's very big on that. My children, they got to be two of the healthiest kids at school, because they get up every morning. They both do 45 minutes of aerobic exercise before they go to school. They do their chores. All the other kids have that garbage they feed at school. My kids have nutritious lunches, and kids don't laugh at them anymore, because my kids, my wife and I adopted late in life, but it's been a number of years, and they've been with us 4+ years now. My son even longer, and they understand the difference between eating processed food. Maybe it tastes good, but this food, once you get accustomed to it, it tastes good too, and it makes you healthy, it makes you strong. I can't remember the last time my kids got sick, had a runny nose, had a cavity. They're, you know, maybe we're genetically modifying them as they grow. I don't know.
I don't know. You know, one thing I was going to say too is, you know, we didn't even know.
Is the guy you're talking about Gregor Mendel?
Yeah, he was the original guy that noticed that if you bred one pea plant to another plant, you could get a different plant.
I got it.
And you know, we didn't even know about what DNA was until 1953. So it's been 63 years where we knew what DNA is. So we're still in the infancy of it. And I think it's like everything else. When you're learning about something, there's going to be a percentage of the population that is terrified about it. And there's going to be another percentage of the population that is going full bore. And I think we're going to meet somewhere in the middle. And, you know, I'm 50 years old. Who knows what they're going to find in the next 53 years. But I think overall, and what you're doing is right. If you want to live that lifestyle where you're very careful of what you eat, go ahead. But I think that the overall concern, and I may be eating crow 10 years from now, but it seems to me that the concern about GMO stuff is rather overblown. But
you know, I used to
at the end of the day, who knows, you know?
I used to say that too, but the more I read and the more I study, some would say I'm being indoctrinated. I don't know. Let me read this little snippet from Gregor Mendel's Wikipedia page. The guy you're talking about has a Wikipedia page. Though farmers had known, farmers had known for centuries that crossbreeding of animals and plants could favor certain desirable traits. Mendel's pea plant experiments conducted between 1856 and 1863 established many of the rules of heredity now referred to as the laws of Mendelian inheritance.
Yeah.
Huh. Amazing. Hey, Chris, thanks for coming and sharing your knowledge. We appreciate it so much. Anytime you want to pop in with big news, you're always welcome.
All right. Be careful trading those beans, and I would look again. That the next report's on the 12th of this month.
Is that the WASD? Is that the WASD?
Yeah, make sure that you're make sure that you're locked and loaded, because you can see the grains are like unlike any other market where you get these specific dates where you can get you know, big moves 2-3 days later, or certainly the day of the trade. So it gives you a lot of opportunity. And everybody out there, you guys have a great weekend. And,
let me ask you one last thing. Do you trade the WASD, or do you wait for the water to settle? Okay.
No, absolutely not. I mean, if you're leaning some way, you can do. There's a lot of ways you can do it. I don't like to trade futures because you usually get stopped out because they whip the market around so much. But
yeah,
you can do very short-term options where you buy an option going into it that maybe only has a 3 or 4 day lifespan. If you do like a weekly option or a short-term option, where you can say, okay, I'm going to spend $100 on this option, and if the market moves, well, you can. If you want to turn it into futures, you can. And there are a lot of guys out there that do that. They'll buy out of the money calls and out of the money puts. If we have a big move, they'll you know, exercise those puts or calls, whichever ones get, you know, deep in the money. And you know, you could have a very, very, I've seen it before. You know, it doesn't always happen. People always want automatic, and they want promises, and they want definitive, you're going to make $1 million doing it. But I think more often than not, if you go into one of these reports and if you have an idea, I'd much rather buy cheap. If you think we're going to rally, I'd much rather have cheap calls on than buying futures, because with the option, you're not going to get. First of all, you're not going to get stopped out, and second of all, if you do get deep in the money, you can turn it into futures if you want to, or you can sell it and take the money. So you can do something for a small amount of money. I'm talking about if you pay a penny for an option, it's $50. You know, and I've seen it where those penny options sometimes are worth 10, 15, 20 cents. So it can be a nice thing to have on the books going into one of those USDA reports. Okay?
You know, I'm a futures guy from the ground up. I don't know a lot about options, but my buddy Bert, he is an expert on options. So I'm going to talk to Bert about, and maybe when you come on next Friday, that will be the 9th, and then the WASD comes out on the 12th.
Yeah.
So if you can toss us a bone, we'll take it.
I will. We'll
All
talk about what we can look at. Okay. You have a great weekend, okay?
You too, buddy. Take care.
Thanks. Take care. Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was Chris Robinson from the Robinson Review. You can go to his website, therobinsonreview.com. I will put this in the show notes tonight. And if I'm not mistaken, somewhere on this baby, you can take a free trial. Subscribe now, receive a 30-day free trial. So you get the report for 30 days. If you don't like it, you cancel. Doesn't cost you anything. How about that? Brought to you by the good folks at CFRN. All right, let's get back to our Concierge Trade Alerts, or there will be no Labor Day. Okay, so leg retrace, leg retrace, leg retrace, leg. Now, is it going to turn around and start building legs in the other direction? This says not yet, and this says not yet. Okay? Can we drill down to smaller time frames? Yes. Could that give us some false starts? Yes. But will you know sooner on a 4-tick range chart than on an hourly or a daily? The answer is yes. But again, you may have to deal with a couple of false starts. Think about if you're convinced that beans are going higher, where's your stop going to go? Well, that's a class. So if you take the Concierge Trade Alert trial on Labor Day before 6 p.m. Eastern, you'll get the alerts at 9 p.m. Eastern Monday night. And then I'll hold a 45-minute webinar for those only who have taken the $1 trial Tuesday afternoon at 5 p.m. Eastern. This is where you're going to watch me recap the trades on Tuesday's show, and then Tuesday afternoon during the webinar, I'm going to explain a few things that I don't explain on live radio, because you've had the stones to invest $1 to find out why. Because once you find out why, you can't throw that money at me fast enough. Just saying. I'll move on now. Buy 16,420, swing high. 18,359. I'm sorry, that was 18. That should be 18. Is it 18? Oh, I wish getting my eyes checked would do some good. 18,420. Doggone it. You know what I'm going to do? I've had enough of this. How about that? Oh, knucklehead. Properties, save as default, close. Now, every time I put a price, it's going to come up big enough to read. By 18,420, the swing, I can't change the size of those bad boys. Swing high is 539. All right. Calculator. Wait a minute. Well, I can do it in my head, but I won't. 539 minus 420 equals 119 points available. 119 points available per contract. We never get out at the exact swing high or the exact swing low. Why? Because we trail our stop. If you're brand new and if you're building your account via the 2420 blueprint, initially you're going to be trading to a hard target. That means you're going to get 20 points and be done for the day. Okay? I'll explain more about that to you if in fact you choose to become a Concierge Trade Alert client. Oh, something I don't think I ever remember to mention, and Michael reminded me last night. When you become a Concierge Trade Alert client, you also receive the benefits of being a partner. Now, a partner pays a one-time fee to become a partner, and he owns the indicator set for life. If you become a Concierge Trade Alert client, you pay quarterly or annually, okay? If you pay quarterly, you don't own the indicator set for life, you own it for the quarter. And then it renews the next quarter, and then it renews the next quarter. So I just want you to know up front that if you are not yet a partner and you take the Concierge Trade Alert trial and then you become a Concierge Trade Alert client, you'll get to come to the trading room, you'll get to come to the workshops, you'll have unlimited access to one-on-one personal mentoring. You'll get the weekly trading zones every Monday. You'll be treated in all respects like a partner. But at the end of the quarter, you got to pony up again. Okay? And at the end of that quarter, you got to pony up again. The smart thing, of course, is to do the annual. Honestly. But that's a chunk of change, and your first time out, I suggest you do the quarterly, okay? Make sure it's a product that's going to be as profitable for you as it has been for so many other partners, all right? And I'll leave it at that. I think most of you didn't know that you got all that other stuff when you sign up for the Concierge Trade Alerts. Well, now you do. Okay. So I copied that, put it on my clipboard, and I'm moving on. All right. Behave. Gold. Look at that goal. 2,100 hours right there. Okay. And the email said gold traders be buyers at 20 and sellers at 12. Buying at 20 looks a little something like this. $13.20. There you are. Buy. Oh, I love those big numbers. Buy $13.20. And sellers, you little shorty cats, $13.12. Yeah. 1312. There we go. Sell 1312. Now granted, most of this, apparently, let me check the time. This first candle happened at 8 a.m. and then at 8:30, that's when the two big news releases came out. The unemployment numbers and also the non-farm payrolls. And I told you yesterday, I said, now those two trades will rock the markets, okay? That looks like a rock to me. Now, we do have a rule that says unless you're an experienced news trader, you need to be flat ahead of the news. So I can't really gloat and take, you know, any credit over going from 1320 all the way up to 1334. That's from 20 to 34. That's a $1,400 per contract trade. If you got long on this candle on the way up, that paid $1,400 per contract. But I tell you not to trade the news. You say, well, Dwayne, what if that happened 15 minutes after the news? Well, then maybe okay. But I just got to stay away from that half hour, okay? I can talk to you about this half hour, but I can't, yeah. I mean, see, there was good trades in both directions, but you could have got whipsawed in between, so I'm not changing my tune. In the half hour previous, when you were allowed to trade, before the numbers came out, okay, the swing high was 25.50. Okay, so that's still $550 per contract. $550 per contract available. Okay. Now, because this will be on the blog tonight, I'm gonna say we don't trade news. All right. Now on the short side, the low was 10.1. So that's $190 per contract available. $190 per contract available. Okay. Now that was in the half hour preceding the news release. Okay. We don't trade news. And I know a lot of people go, man, but you can make so much money off those news releases. Yes, you can. But you need a huge stop because of the way it whips back and forth. You just heard Chris talking about how when the WASD comes, he'll be trading options. I'm going to see if I can't get Bert to come on one day next week and speak Greek to all of us. so that maybe we can participate in the WASD report. Because with the options you can do, now somebody correct me because I know I'll mess this up because I don't trade options. It's like a straddle. Because we know the WASD is going to be, it's going to create so much volatility. It's like the Fed announcement on steroids, that you can make a, I don't like the term, but you can make a long bet and a short bet with options. You're going to be right one way or the other, okay? And so you just have to have confidence that whichever way it ultimately goes, it will continue in that direction for the length of the option till the expiration of the option. I'm starting to use terms I've heard, but that I've not put into practice myself. So I think I'll trade the WASD via options on September 12th, but Bert Schlichter will be pulling the levers and dialing the knobs, because Dwayne Reeves, while he knows a thing or two about a thing or two when it comes to futures, I'm willing to admit, I'm man enough to admit, I don't know diddly about options. Although I think I used straddle correctly. I think I used it in its proper context. Let's see how much fun you guys are making of me in the chat box. Let's see. Hang on, let me scroll forward. Okay, so Bob's saying that that video he sent me was okay to show the audience. Okay, but they can't hear it, but at least I'll put it in the show notes. And I'll show it. I'll show a little bit of it. Jeffrey says, I don't see anything about a monthly fee in the email I received regarding joining today. Is that after the 90-day mentoring program? Well, Jeffrey, so what you're saying is you took the free trial today. Next week, you'll get an email that breaks down the different products and the different offerings that we have, and it'll give you the price for the 90-day mentoring program. And if you want to know ahead of time, call 949-42-EMINI, and Michael will be happy to discuss it with you today. Okay? I'll give you the number again, 949-42-EMINI. In fact, I'm just going to put that in the chat box for everybody. It's Michael's. He answers that number, 949-42-EMINI. Okay, the one thing that I would ask that you don't do is don't call, get voicemail, and hang up. Call, get voicemail, and hang up. Call, get voicemail, and hang up. It just wastes everybody's time. If you'll call and say, this is Bo Diddley from Omaha, and I'm interested in your mentoring program. I'd like to know what it costs. My phone number is 555-555-5555. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Click. Chances are, within 10 minutes, your phone will ring. Sometimes, you know, depending upon the hour and the time zone and the whatnot, it might not be immediate, but I promise you, you will get a phone call back, and any information that you want to know will be carefully gone over with you. And then you don't have to make a buying decision right then just because you called. No, you still get to take your trial, and at the end of the trial, you get to make a well-informed decision. Okay, what they charge is a fraction of what the guy on late night TV charges, but they give me 90 days instead of 5 days. Plus, they give me unlimited one-on-one mentoring sessions as often as I need them until I get the hang of it. That's a true story. So please give him a call. And if you don't call him, next Tuesday, I think it is, you'll get an email that lists all the different products, all the different prices, and then you have a 5-day trial. So even if you started your trial today, your trial runs through next Thursday. You get, actually because of the holiday, it will actually run through next Friday, because we give you 5 consecutive trading days in the trial. So if you started today, Monday's a holiday, you'll get Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday of next week. Same thing goes for anybody that takes the trial right now. Since the trial's already over for today, if you go out and sign up for the free trial now, what'll happen is your first day won't be counted until Tuesday. You'll have all weekend to play with the software, because you can download the platform today. Bert and Leslie are in the office. They can help you if you need help getting your indicators up and running. In fact, I encourage you to do that. Take the free trial today, download the platform today, call Bert and Leslie today, and let them get you squared away so that all weekend long you have the indicators to mess around with, get accustomed to, and then you'll be ready to go Tuesday morning when the live trading room opens. In fact, I think that's so important, I'm going to put it in the chat box. Okay, 90-day mentoring program / live trading room. Free trial. Go to CFRN. Nope, take that back. apply.cfrn.net. Go to apply.cfrn.net. Fill that out. Then call Bert and Leslie at 866-928-3310 to get your demo account and indicators up and running ahead of the weekend. So there you go. 90-day mentoring program / live trading room free trial. Go to apply.cfrn.net and call Bert and Leslie at 866-928-3310 to get your demo account and indicators up and running. Okay, now there was a question, what's the difference between OTAD and the Concierge Trade Alerts? Great question, John. Concierge Trade Alerts. Every night I shoot for 9 o'clock. Sometimes I'm a little early, sometimes I'm a little late. But you can set your phone up to go ding when the email comes in from support@cfrn.net. Okay, so at 9 o'clock, give or take, you get an email with 8 markets, 2 trades per market. Guess which 8 markets you get? The ES, the YM, gold, bonds, crude oil, soybeans, and NASDAQ, and Russell. You get those 8 markets, 2 trades per market. So you get a total of 16 trades. That's the Concierge Trade Alerts. Now, those can be traded as soon as they hit your inbox. Some of them will trigger in the first half hour after you receive them. They're good for 24 hours. Those trades, those are the ones where you hear me say important prices, important areas are almost always tested. Those trades will trigger again and again throughout the next trading day. Now, doesn't mean you have to stay up all night to trade them. You can look at them when they first come out and see if you see anything that strikes your fancy. When you get up the next morning, if you like trading pre-market, get out your Concierge Trade Alert list and then follow it along all day. Okay? Now, how does that differ from the OTAD, 1 trade a day? With the 1 trade a day, you get to pick 2 markets. It's $75 per market, minimum of 2 markets per month. I send those trades, or I post those trades, and let me show you where I post them. Emini Futures Trading.com. So every Monday morning, if you're, let's say you've subscribed, each market costs $75 for the month, okay? Let's say you've subscribed to the S&P and bonds, okay? So your bill's $150 a month. Each Monday, you'll get a password to the S&P 500, and when you click it, it'll ask you for your username and your password. Username is always the same, CFRN. Then you got to put in a password. So you will only receive passwords for the markets you subscribe to. Now, do we have some people that subscribe to all 8? Yeah, we do. But you can remember, it's just a minimum of 2. And every day at exactly 11:30 a.m. Eastern, you go there, you see what the trade is for the day, and it's actually, I actually give you 2 trades per market. So I don't know how it got to be called 1 trade a day. I know how it was, because as I was putting it together, the point I wanted to get across is all a person needs is 1 good trade a day to reach their daily goal. So I send you 4 trades, 2 trades per market, minimum 2 markets, so that's 4. If you subscribe to all 8, you can get 16. But here's the difference. The Concierge Trade Alerts come out before the London Open. They come out before any European news. They come out before any American news. On the other hand, these bad boys, the 1 trade a day, they come out at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. That's when London closes. And so at 11:30 a.m. each day, you'll see a lot of posturing. London day traders exiting their positions. You go look at your charts from 11:30 a.m. Eastern to noon Eastern. In your more active markets, you'll see a flurry of activity from 11:30 to 12 noon. Okay? People unwinding their positions and whatnot so they can go home for the day. Now, just as my goal is to get the Concierge Trade Alerts to you by 9 p.m. Eastern via email, My goal is to actually get these published by 11:15 Eastern so that you are prepared for that flurry of activity that happens at 11:30. Sometimes I get them posted on time. Well, I always get them posted by 11:30, but I'd rather get them posted by 11:15. And that flurry of activity should give you your one trade a day that you need to make your points for the day. So you asked, what's the difference between the concierge and the one trade a day? I've gone long in explaining it. If Michael were here, he would have said something like, one comes out at night and the other is published in the daytime. And he would have left it at that. He's a man of few words, but they're always good words. So now you know. Okay. John, if you have additional questions, feel free to call me. You can call me at 602, scratch that, 623 500 1355. 623 500 1355. Just wait till after the show. Okay? Okay. All right. Now, next market is bonds. Okay. Let's shuffle on over to the bonds that pay 31.25 per tick. And you'll notice that that news today, as I suggested yesterday, would rock the markets, and boy did it. Okay, the alerts came out at 2100. That's that little green candle. If you were a subscriber, that's when the email would hit your inbox, your phone would go ding. You would open up your email on your phone. You'd go, oh man, I better get to my platform and see if any of these trades are in the process of setting up. Okay. Now, here's what we suggested to do with bonds. No, that's not what we suggested. This is what we suggested. ZBU6 by 172.10, be a seller at 171.19. So was there an opportunity to buy 172.10? Yes, but it happened during news hour, so I'm going to have to say no trigger. The sell side was 171.19. Now, this is more than a tad frustrating, but it is what it is. 171.19. Wherefore art thou? That's 21. That's 21. That's 19. Is my line straight? That's pretty straight. Okay. Sell 171.19. Now, earlier, you might have wondered what I was doing. I don't know if it worked or not. I thought I copied the, shoot. That worked. Hey, that copied what I typed in the chat box, and I didn't even... Okay, well, anyway. So let me just point out that again, this is what I thought I saved, but I didn't. We don't trade news. Because some people will say, man, those guys must not be very good because they missed that big old move. Well, maybe we're not that good. But we're good enough to know better than to stand in front of something like this freight train. So, if you sold 171.19, you put in a swing low down at 171.14. So that's 5 ticks. How many ticks do you need? 4. How many ticks can you get by with? 3. Because at 31.25 per tick, 31.25 times 3 equals 93.75. I mean, that's almost your $100 per contract per day in just 3 ticks. But just as bonds will pay you 31.25 a tick if you're on the right side of the trade, if you're on the wrong side, it will also take 31.25 per tick. So for new people, it's probably best that you trade something simpler, less complicated. What aggravates me about this is because of the news. You see, we had the entry here twice at 171.19. Important prices, important areas, almost always tested. And then, if I drew that line straight across, because of the news, we got cheated out of all this. Okay? Somehow that just don't seem right. But, I mean, I could argue that this happened, 15 minutes after the news, and so it would have been safe to come back in the water, and then I could say from 171.19, it went all the way down to 170.08, which is well over $1,000 per contract. I could make that argument. I feel like arguing. Let's go take a look, just because we can. We get rid of those fibs. We'll change this to a bond chart. And we'll change this to a 1-minute chart. And we'll go back to 8:30 this morning. September 1st, 8:30 a.m. Oh, well, I want to look at the whole half hour from 8:30 to 9. Okay. So, 8:30 is right here. This is when the news came out. This is when we would say be flat, don't trade. Okay? So, price went down. Price went up. Price went down. So, it was For some reason, am I on the right day? Yes. No. I'm on the wrong day. That's why it's not matching up. Okay. Helps to be on the right day, folks. Here we go. Now this looks like news. Okay, 8:30 is right here. Look at that big old doji that printed on the 1 minute candle. Okay, and then went it down, then it went back up. Then those of you who have been a part of my strip down chart therapy, look at this. Oh, the market just wants to throw money at you. That's so rare. But y'all know, if those of you that I've walked you through that, you know what I'm talking about. You went from 172. Let me get this rascal out of the way. You can't see it, but I can. This would have been your entry, the open of this candle. 172.02. It took you down to 171.12. That's a pretty nice ride. Okay. At 31.25 per tick. Now, we want to see at what point did price go back below 171.19. 171. Let me get this thing out of my way again. Okay. Ay. Here's 171.19. Why don't I just drop a big old bar right across the chart? It's not a weekly trading zone, so don't pay any attention to the WTZ. Just making it easy for everyone to follow along at home. Okay, the news came out at 8:30. Now, look at this bond chart. This is the 8:30 candle, okay? So the 8:30 candle put in a high at 73.25, and it put in a low at 171.25. But our call was to be short below 171.19. So let's go back to the 1 minute chart. We got back below 171.19 at 8:47. 17 minutes after the news came out. And important prices, important areas are almost always tested. And it's been just a downhill slide ever since. Oh, took a little rally. Oh, took another little rally back up over 19. Oh no, not 171.19. No, nowhere near it. So if we had been using the 15-minute rule, because I often say to you, once a news event comes out, you give it at least 15 minutes for the waters to calm before you go back in. Now, am I doing all of this to build up some kind of justification so that I can say that we had a $1,000 trade and I could play my gee whiz sound file? The answer is no. I'm not that shallow. Or am I? It depends on how fast my Android phone can boot up. Hello? Oh, where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Why do you do this to me?
Gee whiz, what happened that time?
Gee whiz, what happened that time? Hi. Oh gosh, somebody's trying to alert me to something. Telegram. New voicemail from 805. Huh. I'll have to call him back later. All right, let's get this done. I know y'all want to go enjoy your weekend. We're not on the Dow. We've already worked our way through bonds. My point is if you use the 15-minute rule, you could have taken advantage of all this because this really did happen. I mean, there it is. Live charts don't lie. People can Photoshop historic charts. They can use Camtasia to make you think they're trading live when they're not, you know. I mean, people can do all kinds of clever trickery. But A, you're too smart to fall for that because you're a part of the smartest audience in talk radio. So we're going to just move on to crude, see what the heck happened over there. Boom! Oh, that's our lowest weekly trading zone. We hit it and bounced off of it. You gotta be kidding me. We talked about this yesterday. When we got below the lowest weekly trading zone on crude, we said we have until Friday afternoon, close of business, to get back to 44.60 or above. Now, I'm semi-vindicated in the fact that it climbed a wall of worry to touch it, but then it got rejected. But then again, remember what happens at weekly trading zones. The most likely thing is consolidation. The second most likely is rejection. And right now, Dwayne's praying for a hot knife through butter in the other direction. Boy. Where is support on this move? Okay, I'll show you. I'm going to go from this low to this high. We just hit the 24% retracement. That's potential support. Okay. Next would be at this low, followed by the 38, the 50, and the 62. So is it possible this will be one of those rare times that price does not close at or above the lowest weekly trading zone? Well, all I can say is it's not yet 3 o'clock on the East Coast, and all things are possible. So, anywho, let's get this out of the way. At least you know where support is. All right, what did I tell you last night on crude? By 44.05. Well, first let me make the line in the sand. 2100 is that little green candle between the two red candles. Okay. 2100. All right. And so we said be buyers. We said be buyers at GCLV 6. Buyers at 44.05. Sellers at 43.45. Okay. So buyers at 44.05, that would be right here. 44.05. Right there. That is it. Is it really? It is 44.05 on the nose. Okay, buy 44.05. We can see that worked out good. Buy 44.05. And if you're new, maybe you're on the live trading room trial, on the Concierge Trade Alerts, we do not use an 8-tick hard stop. We use a stop dictated by the market. You mean the market tells you where to put the stop? It sure does. And all of you on the trial who come to that webinar next Tuesday, you're going to learn a little something about a little something something. My coffee's cold. I don't like that. Buy 44.05. Okay. Important prices, important areas are almost always tested. The first move went up to 44.21. So that's 16 points available. How many does it take? If you're trading the 2420 blueprint. 16 ticks, I should say, not points, ticks. It takes 10 ticks. This first move gave you 16. Then price got back below and ran again. This time it ran up to 47. And 47 minus 5 is 42. So now you got 42 ticks available per contract. 42 ticks available per contract. I better clean this up. Okay. And then important prices, important areas, they got to get tested one more time. If Michael were here, he would probably say boom shakalaka, but I wouldn't do that. It's so immature. 52 ticks available. 52 ticks available per contract. You guys kind of getting the idea of this, how this works? Over and over. Now price tried to come back and test the trigger, but it didn't. So here's the initial trigger, 16 ticks. Back below the trigger, 42 ticks. Back below the trigger, 52 ticks. When I say important prices, important areas are almost always tested, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And this bounce off of the lowest weekly zone to the wrong side is agitating. So I'm not going to stay on this page too long. Okay, what was the sell side of the crude trade? Sell 43.45. Be doggone, that made money too. Okay, we'll take it. Well, the IRS will take it. We'll dream about taking it. Seriously, guys, the check is in the mail. Okay. Sell. 43.45. Okay. Boy, that's two people you don't want to tick off. It's God and the IRS. Man. I'd rather make my wife mad than make either one of them mad. 45 minus 31. That ought to be about 14 ticks. I'm just going to put a 14 and be done with it. What did I just do? No, seriously. And you try to make a joke and buy 18,420. Where did that even come from? What price would that even be? It's got to be one of my numbers. That's the Dow number. Why did that suddenly show up over here? Control C. Delete. Did it jump off the Dow page? No, it's right there. Boy, that's strange. See, you even mentioned the word Yahweh or IRS and stuff happens. Goodness gracious. Okay, I was trying to put a humble little 14 here. I obviously upset the universe some kind of way. Boy, this next little trigger, it only dropped. $7. I'll write it down. Okay, swing low here is 16. 45 minus 16. 45 minus 16 equals 29. It's 29 ticks. At $10 per tick. Because I don't think I wrote that down anywhere else, so put it right there. So that's $290 per contract. Man, somebody's tearing up my phone. What's going on? Did they call back again? It must really be important. I may have to take a break and call that number, guys. I'm a little worried now. You know what? Give me 5 minutes to see what the problem is. You go to the bathroom, get a coffee. One of you warm my coffee up for me because it tastes terrible cold. And I'll be right back. You're not going to believe this. The special number I gave you guys to reach me this afternoon, that I said, just please promise me one thing, that you won't call, get the voicemail and hang up, and then turn right around and call again, get the voicemail and hang up. Because that's so aggravating and irritating and agitating. And somebody just did that twice, right in the middle of the show. Made me think some important thing was going on. Couldn't wait. So I'm going to say it again. Please call me. But if you give voicemail, please leave a message. Because then I'll call you back. I really will. And whatever question you have, I'll answer. Whatever problem you have, I'll fix. But I can't help you if you don't leave a message. Now, I know that some people, not you, I know that none of you in the current audience feel this way, but some people think that when they call, a person should drop whatever they're doing to take their call. Well, I mean, if I had you in my contact list and I knew who you were, and I saw that you called me twice back to back, I probably would answer the phone because I would think you needed, something serious. But I don't know. Enough ranting and raving, Dwayne. Stop it. Get a grip, son. It's just a phone call. All right, soybeans. Why do I feel like we already... Oh, that's from yesterday. 2,100 hours. It's that little red fellow right there. All right. Soybeans, CSX6. By 951, sell 942. Okay. They just won't stop. By 951. By 951. And be a seller at 942, and that never happened after the alerts went out. Okay, so all we got to do is calculate to the upside from 951 to 54.75. That's going to be 3.75. 3.75 points available per contract at $50 per point. Okay, and then no stop out, no stop out, and what's the high of this one? 955.50. So that's 4.5. I'm just going to put a 4.5 on that one. 4.5. God, every phone I got's suddenly going off now. $953.50. So that's 2.5 so far. 2.5 so far. So do you ever feel like people dislike you because you're good looking? I don't, but I was just wondering if you do. Okay, 2,100 hours. We're going to rock our way out of here. I'm ready for me some weekend. 5:47.80. I'm going to start it out with a nap. That shows you how old I am. Hey, what are you going to do this weekend? Take a nap. No, I know it's Labor Day, and so the kids expect to actually do something besides take a nap. It's sort of the law. So 47. Did I say 47.98? NASDAQ 47.80. 47.80. What the heck am I doing? Have you lost your mind, man? $47.80. See how much that phone call upset me? I can't even think straight. I'm just kidding. I couldn't think straight before the phone call. 47.80. Okay. Buy 47.80. So, if you had been one of the recipients of my nightly email, you might have bought 47.80 here or here for you sleep inners, 8 o'clock. And, oh, isn't that something? 2 ticks shy of the trigger. The swing low only came down to 47.80.50. So we missed catching this trade by 2. Count them, 2. I said 2 ticks. The things we do for love. All right, 8 points available. 8 points available per contract. Okay. How many points do you need? 5. Why? Because the NQ pays $20 per point. 20 times 5 is $100 per contract. Now, I feel like I need to say that during the last Fed minutes, the Fed virtually promised us that we would see a rate hike in September. Now all that Wall Street can talk about is the fact that the rate hike for September is off the table. Ain't no way it's going to happen, which is actually a bad sign. The economy is so poor they can't raise interest rates 1/4 of a point. Now they're saying maybe December. Now, actually what the Feds promised was, or virtually promised, was a rate hike before 2017. So does December qualify for that? Yes. Will we have a new president by then? Well, we will have elected a new president, but he will not have taken office, or she, God forbid, will not have taken office. I think that happens January, is it January 16th? I don't know. But our current president will be real busy writing pardons and blank checks to himself and his wife and his kids. And I don't know, he'll probably slip the Ayatollah a few more bucks. And, sir, is that plutonium in your pocket? I'm the president. Don't ask me those kinds of questions. Oh, sorry, sir. Yeah. Don't be surprised if he makes another trip to Iran before he leaves office. Just drop off a little checky poo and maybe a little plutonium. So, all right. Swing high here. Bert, that's not by chance you in the background, is it? I guess not. Thought I heard a noise. So now I'm hearing stuff. 17.75 points. 17 3/4 points times $20 per point. Well, what's that in real dollars? It's about a little over $340. I'll tell you exactly. 1775 times 20 equals $355 per contract. Per point per contract. Okay? That's the deal, Neil. Oh, I can't say that anymore because we actually have a partner named Neil now. So I'll have to think of some other. Gosh, look how that zone. Talk about what happens when price hits a weekly trading zone. Consolidation, consolidation, consolidation. But what was last night's trade? That's what really matters. 2100 hours. I forget. Red candle. Okay, spinning top. 2100. Okay. So for the Russell, we suggested that you be a buyer at 1240 or a seller at 35, but that never happened. No 35. No 35. So be a buyer at 1240. Okay. How'd that work out? If you were a buyer at 1240, now this is not unusual. $12.40. Swing high, $12.39.90. So we get triggered here. We do not get stopped out here. And we ride the ship straight up. I could lay the indicators on and it would probably take you out here, here, or, oh no, we'd be looking for a red candle. Might take you out here. All right, let's see how much it paid. We were looking to buy 1240. Buy 1240. Okay. And the swing high was 1251.80. So from 1240 to 1250, $1,000 per contract. Yes, it's that time again. Time for what you say. Time for this, I say.
Gee whiz, what happened that time?
What happened is, if you bought 1240, you did not get stopped out. If you stayed in the trade through the use of the CFRN indicator set, you made $1,000 per contract. And the rule of thumb says when we make $1,000 per contract in one instrument in one day, we pick up our chips and walk away. Right? Right? Okay. And this candle here was your official get out of the trade candle. Why? The black step line crossed to the south side. See, we're in a long trade. So the step line crossed to the south side of the MA1, and then we had a red candle close below the step line. Red close, step line, MA1. Just like we have exact trade setups to the tick in the live trading room, for the Concierge Trade Alerts, if you choose to use the indicators to pick your exit, then this tells you exactly to the tick to get out of this trade at 12:46.80. So you made $680, not $1,000. So that's why it's a good idea to follow the $1,000 per contract per instrument exit strategy, because the rubber band only stretches so far, and based on current market conditions. Now, we could have some super volatile times around the corner where we might change that to anytime you make $2,000 per contract on one instrument, take the money and walk away. The markets could get that volatile and frothy. And there's also a chance that once the new president settles in and everybody's out painting their picket fence white and the children are skateboarding and taking their music lessons, the markets get really quiet. And so I might start saying anytime you make $500 per contract in one day, take the money and walk away. Currently, the rubber band stretches to about $1,000 a day. Okay, beyond that, you'll usually end up giving money back. Okay. Now, I'm really anxious for the times when this number becomes 2,000 as a rule of thumb. But that's the nature of the markets. So what you're saying is the markets are always changing. Yeah, but they're also not changing. In other words, everything that we teach you in the current season will apply and work in the coming season, where I expect very high volatility for a period of time. And it works exactly the same in the quiet, low volatility times. I mean, we've had some really low volatility here in the past few weeks. They were going on and on about on TV how many days since we'd had a 1% move in the S&P. And every day we were in the live trading room just getting our points. See, we're not looking to make $1 million a day. We don't have unrealistic expectations. Our expectations are based on the movement of the market for the last 100 years. There's not been a day in the last, since the inception of the markets, that you couldn't take a couple points out of the S&P, or $100 out of crude, or $100 out of gold. Yes, there have been super quiet days. Yes, there have been low volatility days. Yes, there's been a lack of participation days. But have there been any days that you could not take at least $100 per contract out of the market? The answer is no. Remember, our strategy is different than other strategies. Some strategies are built for fast markets. Some strategies are built for slow markets. And our strategy is built for whatever market you're dealing with today. Turn our indicator set loose on any market, any time frame, from 1 minute to 1 hour to 1 day to the range chart we use in the live trading room. It will, like a heat-seeking missile, seek out and find the underlying rhythm of the market. It will then, based on a bullish or bearish cross, tell you if you're going to be taking a long trade or a short trade. You then wait for the setup, wait for it, wait, there it is, and it will tell you to the tick at what price you should enter that trade. Whether you're in Brooklyn, Bangladesh, or Barcelona, you're going to enter at the same price to the tick. Oh, well, my goodness, if everybody is trying to enter at the same price, well, that's not going to happen. Wrong. Price right now is sitting at 1248.70. If we had, in the live trading room, if we had a trade setting up that said go long at 1249.50 on a stop, what happens is everybody puts in their order to buy 1249.50. Well, we're only at 1248.80. Since every candle is 4 ticks tall, let's play it that way. We're at 48.70. So at 1249.1, I can't even get it that low. Yeah, I can. Yeah. So if all the partners put in an order to buy 1249.10 on a stop, as price reaches 1249.10, all of a sudden orders around the globe fire and buy 1249.10. Guess what happens when all these different people from all different walks of life, some trading one contract, some trading 100, all buy 1249.10? Boom! Yeah, it gives added momentum to that trade and can sometimes rather quickly push it towards its target. Maybe it doesn't push it all the way to the target, but at least it gets you on the plus side so you can get your stop to break even. So the worst that happens is you get stopped out at break even. If I get stopped out at break even 5 times in a row and then I have a trade run all the way to my target and take me out, I'm a happy camper, man. I want you to think about that. The old, waiting for the pullback, I'm a smart guy and I know it's going to pull back. Sure it is. Buying on a limit. That's nothing new. People have been doing it forever. I tried it forever. it was when I started buying and selling on a stop that I saw a true difference in the outcome of my trading. And that's what we're going to teach you as a CFRN partner. We're going to teach you how to know where the current candle is going to close, at what price the next candle is going to open, and how to position yourself one tick above the high of the current candle so that the momentum of the market just pulls you in and takes you for a ride. That's how that works. Okay, so this went over $1,000 per contract for the day, but I'm just going to leave the $1,000 per contract up there because the rule of thumb says when you make $1,000 per contract in one day, one financial instrument, take that money and get up and walk away. Otherwise, you're going to mess around and the money that you just earned, you're going to give it to the CME. And I don't know if you've looked at the share price of the CME lately, but they got plenty of money. They don't need your money. They'll take your money, but they don't need it. Okay? So, trade wise, when the rubber band stretches out to 2,000 a day, I'll tell you, when it retracts to 500 a day, I'll tell you. Okay? Okay? Okay. Glad we got that covered. Jim says, so many good-looking girls, and I mean the world's best, passed me by because they knew I would cheat on them. I will tell you, not true. Okay, James. Okay. I know there's a deeper meaning in that. Perhaps it'll strike me in the shower later. Now, Bob Z had wanted me to share this with you. So, just to make sure I get it into my show notes, I'm going to share it with you. And if your page says more to come on yesterday's show notes, bear with me. In a couple hours, I'll have that all updated. I think it's updated now, but I'm not 100% sure. So, Bob, see, that's what bothers me is the WTF media. I asked him, okay. I'm going to pause it because you can't hear the audio, but now it's locked and loaded in my show notes. So you'll be able to click the link this afternoon. You'll go to emini.cfrn.net. I'm going to put it in the chat box for those who've never been there. emini.cfrn.net for all our radio show recordings, and show notes. Okay. emini.cfrn.net. Also, the guy who doesn't ask for much, please follow us on please follow us on twitter.com/CFRN. Now you say, well, I don't know nothing about no Twitter. Just go to twitter.com, pick a username, pick a password, and bing, just like that, you're on Twitter. Because you got to be on Twitter to follow us. If you click the follow us button when you go to the address I just gave you, it'll say log in or open your own account. So it's kind of nice to be able to, you know, check out the Twitter feed from now and again, see what's happening, and respond to different people's thoughts and ideas. Be careful, it can consume your life. You don't want that to happen. Now, let me put in our Facebook address. Some of you might be more comfortable with that because your grandma's on Facebook. Follow us on Facebook. Follow us on Facebook. Control V. Send to all. Now, this last one's tricky. Follow us on iTunes by going to podcasts, nay, I say video podcasts, and search for Emini. That's a clumsy way of doing it, but that's how it works. We'll pop right to the top. Or you can type in Christian Financial Radio Network. And that's a lot to ask. Then, of course, we'll pop right to the top on that. When I originally started the feed in 2005, I had no idea what I was doing. My uncle, who has since passed away, helped me with it, and he knew a little more about it than I did, but together we were, well, let me just say, we've been podcasting since 2005. Most people in 2005 didn't know what a podcast was, but I caught the vision, and I faithfully posted a podcast every day for more years than I can remember. Now, I used to let them build up in my iTunes account. I mean, if I had done that, there'd probably be like, I don't know, 1,500 episodes in there. But I read somewhere, oh, only let it hold like the last 5 episodes because you want to drive people to your site. I wish I'd have never read that article. I mean, there's probably truth in that, but to think that I would have all the podcasts in one place. Now, not that you would want to know what me and my co-host were talking about on September the 2nd of 2008. You might. I don't know, just from a historical perspective. Or when I leave this earth to go take care of business, you know, upstairs. If my children could go to one place and have my entire body of work in a collection right there, boom, how awesome would that be? But because I read that silly little article, and I don't even know if it's true or not. I mean, I think that the more episodes I have out there, the more people, they're not going to listen to all the old stuff. They're going to go, man, how do I get to the new stuff? So they're going to come to the show live. That was, I wonder if I went into my settings and change the number. I wonder if it would pull in all those old episodes. You got to be careful with iTunes and Apple, though. Did you tick them off? Okay, so there's 4 people you don't want to tick off. God, the IRS, your wife, and Apple. Okay, in that order. Huh. The things we do for love. Dwayne, this is the girl, Ecclesiastes. Guy, what is your view on December wheat? So I guess what you posted before was the lyrics to a song. I guess I'm not familiar with that song. So, Jim, I hope you read the show notes, or I hope you listened to the show, because you never commented that day. I read Ecclesiastes 1, and then the next day I discussed Ecclesiastes 1. And I also put in the show notes a link to a commentary on Ecclesiastes 1. And you never responded to that. As far as December wheat, I don't have an opinion on it because I haven't looked at it. Will I look at it? For you, yes. Let's see. Z W Z 6. Now, you sure you want December wheat? Let's go to a daily chart. Okay. Okay, here's the daily chart. So we've been in a pretty steady downtrend since October of last year. We've had some nice rallies. April of this year, we had a nice rally in June of this year. We're getting ready to put in another leg down. That's what I think. Current price is $3.97. Without getting all clever and whatnot, we're at $3.97. I think, Jim, you have a sense of humor as wry as mine. My wife says, Dwayne, you know, most normal people don't even get your jokes. And I go, I know. That's so sad. Because they're really funny. She goes, to you they are, but honey, they don't understand, they don't know the references you make to like Andy of Mayberry or Opie or, you know, she goes, it's clear as a bell to you, but they just don't get it. Okay. All right, so we're at 397. Sell 385. Sell 384. Sell 384. December wheat. Now, I'm not giving you individualized instructions on what to do. I'm providing commentary to the entire audience. This is for entertainment purposes only. Okay, I'm going to go there. I'm going to go there. And then I'm going to go there. God, it's so tiny. I don't even know if I can go there. Yeah, that's close enough. I could blow it up, I suppose. Make it readable. Oh, I nailed it. He nailed it. Okay, so we're going to be selling 384. Our first target is going to be our first target's going to be 378. First target 378. Our second target is going to be 371. Our third is going to be 363. And our extreme exit extreme target 341. All right. So I should take a snapshot of this. I took a snapshot of something the other day and I forgot what it was, and now I can't find it. That'll chap your hide. Oh, I don't want to do that. I want to do that. Okay. Can I shrink this puppy up a little bit more? Yes. Oh, I remember what it was now. Okay, let's go to the stepper. And let's say new. And let's go like, no, that won't cut the mustard. It'll cut the mustard. File. Save as. Come on. December week 2016. Okay. Now, got to go to my notepad, which is where I need to post my snip of the US dollar. Post snip of these week. Show notes, documents, save, save, save. Now, Mr. Jim, make me feel good all under. I guess if I said your last name, that would, I can't. That was a really good commercial. But anyway, I really only wanted to know that you're still alive and happy. I'm 9 months older than 56-year-old Dwayne. Well, thank you, Jim. I've been trading all day, each day for 40 years. Then I went to Trader Joe's. David says, I enjoyed that Ecclesiastes. Thank you, David, for saying that. All right, enough fun and games. Well, I mean, there's never enough fun and games. Come on. That would just be crude and cruel. We covered the S&P. We covered the Dow. We covered gold. We covered bonds. We covered soybeans. Covered the NASDAQ. We covered the Russell. We even did stuff we don't normally do, like December wheat. So, yeah, the S&P kind of got lost in nowhere land, no man's land, in between these two zones here. It never made it down to my 71 that I called for this morning. It got to, it missed it by 3 ticks. I don't know. That's pretty close. I'll take that in a rainstorm. Boy, it still looks like it wants to sell off. It couldn't touch that zone. Got within a couple ticks, but it couldn't touch it. Can't touch this. Guys, the chart is setting up to me. Now, we're getting late in the day. New York Stock Exchange closes in 10 minutes. And futures shortly thereafter. I do believe Globex is going to open Sunday night. So here's the deal. If Globex does open Sunday night, you will get Concierge Trade Alerts Sunday night. However, you will not get your weekly trading zones until Tuesday morning, okay? That's just the way it works. Whenever there's a Monday holiday, the zones do not come out until Tuesday. But Tuesday at 6:15 a.m. Eastern, you can bet your bottom dollar they'll be winging their way to your inbox. Now, if you don't have them in your inbox by 6:30, something's gone wrong somewhere. So you need to call Citrix. No. Yeah. Call both. Citrix, who we pay to send out those emails, their phone number, stand by. Keep standing. Don't fall down on me. God, I just had the number this morning. I gave it to somebody. I wonder if I gave them the wrong number. Oh, no, no. Uh-oh. Come on, Dwayne. for the life of me, I keep it in this little book. It says go to, oh, here we go. All right. Anytime that you don't get a GoToWebinar email, oh, wait a minute, that's not sent by GoToWebinar, that's sent by MailChimp. And I can't give you their number because they don't have one. By 6:30 a.m. Eastern, if you've already looked in your promotions folder, your bulk folder, your spam folder, and your trash folder, and you still don't have your weekly zones, then call 623-500-1355. Again, 623-500-1355. Dig it? All right. Okay. So this is where we say goodbye for the week. I don't have my days confused. This really is Friday. It really is the weekend. It's a long weekend. So do something special. Take your kids on a road trip or do something. I don't know. But just show your family that you love them. Moms, dads, talking to both of you. And if your kids are all grown, then go love your grandkids. Or go love each other. I know soft music and candles make you a little queasy, but just do it anyway. Because she'll really like it. And it'll probably make the coming week so much easier for you. So, now let me speak to the men. All right, this is it. I'm signing off. I plan to see you all in church on Sunday. Oh, if you live in the greater Phoenix area, Google Church for the City. We're at 26th Street and South Mountain Road. In English, that's 24th Street and Baseline Road, okay, in Phoenix. I would love nothing more than to have a bunch of yous come and just fill up a row at our church. We have the most awesome praise and worship anywhere. I'm telling you, our worship team puts Hillsong to shame. Now, I mean that, in a Christian way, but they're beyond good. I grew up with the old hymn books and everybody singing out of tune and the piano had never been tuned and the guitar belonged to the devil and all that stuff. Okay, I grew up with that. Well, the good news is the devil no longer owns all the good music. Come, worship. We start at 10. We end before noon. We worship for about an hour, and then we do announcements, and then we preach for about 30, 45 minutes. We're almost Baptist. No offense to the Baptists. I'm just saying they're known for short sermons. But anyway, it's because everybody wants to get to the restaurant so they can leave the waitress a tract for a tip. Don't do that. If you're a Christian of any faith, I hand to God, Pew Research did a study. They asked waitresses all over the country, who are the best and worst tippers that you encounter in your daily job. On the worst list, coming in at number 1, again this week, Christians. waitresses fight not to have the lunch shift on Sunday because the tips, pardon the French, really suck. She said one of the people they interviewed said, instead of leaving me a lousy $1, they leave me a track asking me, am I going to go to heaven or hell? She says, after what I said, I'm probably going to hell. So, come on. We represent the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords. We've been adopted into a royal family by the bloodshed on Calvary. Act like you are somebody, okay? I'm not telling you to go overboard. My wife says I go overboard, but it used to tickle me. When we go out to dinner on Saturday nights, me, my grandmother, my grandfather. My grandfather was the sheriff when I was growing up in our little town, and we'd go to the next town over, big town, Augusta, Georgia, and we'd eat at T's restaurant. He'd flirt with the waitresses, tell jokes they didn't understand. I guess that's where I get it. And then he'd leave them an enormous tip. And then he would say, I'm going to go to the bathroom. And while he was in the bathroom, my grandmother would open up that little thing and she would take about half of whatever the tip was he left out, put it in her purse. And she said, that's going to the church in the morning. And sure enough, I'd watch her. Next morning, she'd take that money out of her purse and she'd put it in the offering plate, along with her regular tithes and offering. So, don't be a cheap Christian, okay? You're of royal blood, so act like it. Love your family. It's the weekend. Do something special. If you go to the beach or the slopes, put on a lot of that SPF 97 so you don't get sunburn. We will be closed Monday morning. There will be no live trading room. There will be no radio show. Even if you get some kind of email contrary to that, it's because I made a mistake. I tried to make sure that the radio show, oh, you know what? I just thought of something. I plucked out Monday on the live trading room, but I didn't pluck out Monday on the radio show. So I'm going to do that right now. I've already changed the password and the link for next week's live trading room. So if you want to get signed up for that trial right now, do it. Then call Bert and Leslie and say, hey, I just signed up for the trial next week at CFRN. They're going to give me 5 days, even though there's a holiday. I'll get 4 days and then a day the following week. Could you please help me get my demo account set up? Because I want to get familiar with the indicators and stuff over the weekend. They'll do it. As soon as you say CFRN, they give you special attention. They have been such great friends of this radio program for so many years. Michael and I, we could not have done this alone. They've really been a tremendous help, more than I can even begin to tell you. And so when you call them, please treat them with dignity and respect that they deserve. I mean, they're just real nice, down-to-earth people. But I've heard of some people calling up and talking ugly to them like they were, you know, some kind of slaves or something. We don't believe in slavery, and we don't treat them or anybody that. We treat everybody, even the customer that's unhappy for some bizarre reason. We treat everybody at all times with dignity and respect. So when you call that number, 866-928-3310, all I ask is that you treat them with dignity and respect, because I assure you that's how they're going to treat you. Now, how they treat you on the second call may be determined by how you treated them on the first call. Okay? I love you guys. Have a safe and happy Labor Day. I find it interesting that we celebrate the fact that we all have jobs in America by taking the day off. But I don't know. It's kind of cute. I'd just soon work, but I'm sick. You're not. You want to go to the beach. You want to go to the slopes. I just want to make my wife happy and my kids. So I'm going somewhere. Take care, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Whoever you are, wherever you are, may God continue to richly bless you with His mercy and with His grace. And I'll see you at the bell.
Remember this, there is no greater return on investment than to see a human life changed and given hope. As always, pray hard and trade safe. Any financial information discussed on this show is simply the opinion of our host, Dwayne Reeves, his co-host, and guest. To learn more about trading Emini Futures or to take a 1-week free trial in our live trading room, call 1-866-928-3310. 866-928-3310. Information discussed on this radio program should not be construed as a recommendation to buy or sell any security. Always do your own due diligence and consult with a licensed securities broker or financial planner before making any investment decision.
The following is a presentation of Mosaic, a community of faith, love, and hope in Los Angeles. We invite you to register now for Origins, the Mosaic Global Initiative being held in Germany, January 7th through 9th. Go to mosaic.org for more information.
And so I wanted Hank to help me get all of these kind of things right, because we've been doing some really interesting things as a community. And let's start with the coats, the coat hangers. A lot of coats out here tonight. So
yeah, this is actually the second batch.
This is the second wave.
Yeah, our first batch came in last week, and then we got 90 came in for the first.
All right, so some of you don't know what's going on. Let's go back.
Yeah.
So when we began a couple of weeks ago, our West Side campus had this great idea, all right, and they had these hangers, and they said basically take a hanger and bring back a coat, and we're going to give it to someone whose homeless is going to be cold this winter. And so we were inspired by the West Side, and I shared it here with you guys at the Mayan, and then I shared it with Pasadena. And how many coats have been collected here at the Mayan so far?
90. So
90 total?
Not including here, which I'm counting is like 40-ish.
Wow. So we maybe 130.
Yes.
That's amazing. Now you can applaud. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty cool.
And they all have gift cards in it.
They have gift cards in them?
So it's like a coat and then a gift card, and it'll be taken to homeless youth 18 to 25 at PAC. There's one in Santa Monica and there's one downtown as well.
What was really exciting is it started in the West Side. They collected, I think, about 50 coats. And then I think...
which is almost, almost a third of the 130 that we brought in. So
right, but that's because this group...
That.
That's because our group here is willing to give away the roommate's coat. And while they're at home during Christmas vacation. And so when they come back, they won't miss it. It's all right. Pasadena, I think, gave like 100 coats. I think together we've given about 250 coats already, and that is really pretty exciting. That's really fun. And then we also had Project Hopeless Connect.
Yep.
All right, very, very cool. And tell the person who doesn't know what that is, what that was, and then let's
If
talk
you've never heard
about
of Project Homeless Connect, it's one of the most efficient homeless outreaches I've ever seen in my life. It's like basically they bring all the social services from driver's license to welfare to Medicaid, all that stuff, all on one strip right there in Skid Row. And then you bring volunteers from all over the place, in which case this was from Mosaic, comes and you walk people through booth to booth, getting everything from social aid to eyeglasses, maybe for the first time in their life. They had a prescription eyeglass spot. They had like entertainment and that sort of thing, but it was mostly just help people get a warm meal and all the social services that sometimes takes a year to get, that may be the reason that they're homeless, because they can't get these things squared away to help them get driver's license and jobs and health care.
So is this coordinated by the city?
It was coordinated by a group called Project Homeless Connect. It's very connected to the city and the mayor and that kind of stuff.
And my understanding is that they asked us to provide all volunteers for the Skid Row Homeless Connect.
Yeah.
And how many volunteers, do you know, from Mosaic completely volunteered for this day?
The last number I got was 480.
480 of us. Isn't that awesome? That is really, really cool.
And that was for, like, we were the Skid Row as well, but there's 5 total locations. So they did it in Glendale, even places like that. And then they did it kind of all over the city. So there were 5 total locations, 480 people, and over 2,000 homeless clients, we call them, served throughout the week, just getting everything.
And they were helped. And that was last Thursday?
Yep.
What's amazing to me is that tells us we have at least 480 people at Mosaic who are unemployed, who had nothing to do on Thursday.
I heard a lot of people took vacation, so the 2 people have
well,
jobs, they had vacation.
That's more hopeful, yeah. And, but it's great. You can be out of a job, but you don't have to be out of work. You can do something meaningful.
Totally.
That's exciting. And then we're also, we've been working together with Habitat for Humanity to build a house. And I think a week ago, I can't remember the dates, we were up there on Saturday to raise the wall. Mm-hmm. That was great.
Well, I know for that we've got $93,000 has been raised so far.
That we've already received.
All already received, and then 135 total has been pledged. Yeah.
And we need 150,000 to finish the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's going to be really exciting. Now, if we stop here, we're going to have great walls, great interiors, no roof.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we want to finish this house. It's exciting. Hey, man, Hank, you've been doing a great job. Adrian, so many of the guys, and I say guys generically, male, female, who have really been working really hard to make this happen. Thank you so much. Hey, would you guys thank them so hard for working so hard? So we've been looking each week at this opening chapter of the coming of Jesus into the world, the birth of Christ. And it's a story that you've probably heard so many times that it's easy to sort of allow it to just slip by and become mundane rather than, well, miraculous. And so I want us to take some time again tonight and listen to this opening chapter of the life of Jesus, to listen to the narrative, not simply to remember what happened, but to allow God to speak into our lives and to fill us with those things we should care about. Is a part of what is going on in this moment in history. It's not simply God in some way stepping into human history on our behalf. It is God also doing it in such a way that he might change our hearts and call us to care about the very things he cares about. So let's go to Luke chapter 2. I'm going to be reading out of what's called the New Century Version just to give us a different flavor. Luke chapter 2, I'm going to begin in verse 8. That night, some shepherds were in the fields nearby watching their sheep. Then an angel of the Lord stood before them. The glory of the Lord was shining around them, and they became very frightened. The angel said to them, "Do not be afraid. I am bringing you good news that will be a great joy to all the people. Today your Savior was born in the town of David. He is Christ the Lord. This is how you will know him. You will find a baby wrapped in pieces of cloth and lying in a feeding box." Then a very large group of angels from heaven joined the first angel, praising God and saying, "Give glory to God in heaven, and on earth let there be peace among the people who please God." When the angels left them and went back to heaven, the shepherds said to each other, "Let's go to Bethlehem. Let's see this thing that has happened, which the Lord has told us about." So the shepherds went quickly and found Mary and Joseph and the baby who was lying in the feeding box. When they had seen him, they told him what the angel had said about this child. Everyone was amazed at what the shepherds said to them. But Mary treasured these things and continued to think about them. Then the shepherds went back to their sheep, praising God and thanking him for everything they had seen and heard. It had been just as the angel had told them. When the baby was 8 days old, he was circumcised and was named Jesus, the name given by the angel before the baby began to grow inside of Mary's womb. When the time came for Mary and Joseph to do what the law of Moses taught about being made pure, they took Jesus to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. It is written in the law of the Lord, every firstborn male shall be given to the Lord. Mary and Joseph also went to offer a sacrifice. As the law of the Lord says, you must sacrifice 2 doves for 2 young pigeons. Sometimes when we hear the story of Jesus coming into the world, we just begin to assume that this is the way it had to happen. But really, it was just one of an endless number of scenarios that God could have chosen. I mean, if you were going to tell your life story, if you had control over the opening chapter of your life, how would you write it? Well, what context would you choose to be born into the world? What country? What ethnicity would you choose? What language would you speak? What kind of occupation would your father have, your mother? Or what class or rank would your family hold in the world around them? I mean, when you think about it, this is a kind of an odd choice for the scenario. If God was placing all the hope of all humanity on this particular act and this particular person, the coming of Jesus into the world, you think he would be a little more, well, inventive, a little more creative, or maybe at least a little better at marketing. To choose some obscure place called Bethlehem. And a part of what we have to understand is every single step in this process was God's intentional writing of a story he wanted us to embrace. See, it's not incidental that Jesus was born into poverty. He wanted to make sure that anyone who ever heard the story of Jesus coming into the world, he wanted to make sure that anyone who ever chose to embrace the life of Jesus, who chose to follow Jesus, who chose to entrust their life to Jesus, could never escape the reality of a world trapped in poverty. And Jesus chose to write his story as coming into the world, not simply concerned about poverty, not simply coming to help the poor, but Jesus chose to identify himself with the impoverished of the world. And then these shepherds. Why choose shepherds? If you were trying to, well, send out this incredible story, this incredible angelic proclamation. I mean, you send angels from heaven to talk to shepherds, and then you send shepherds to talk to sheep. I mean, if you're going to tell this story in a way that it seems to deserve to be told, there should be angels traveling throughout the planet, declaring to the world that God has come. But he doesn't do it like that. He sends an angel to some shepherds. And look, if you're going to do a personality profile of shepherds, these would not be like social networkers. You know, they wouldn't be like natural New Yorkers or Angelinos. They would live in Montana. Shepherds would more naturally be social introverts. To live your life every day essentially alone with, well, a bunch of sheep. That's not really a dream come true for anyone unless they're from New Zealand, where there are more sheep than there are people. And so if you wanted to pick a group of people that were natural communicators, connectors, you know, if you were going to hire Malcolm Gladwell and hand out tipping points to all the, you know, all the shepherds to say, this is what you need to do. You need to either be a maven or a connector or a salesman. You wouldn't pick a shepherd because shepherds were inherently isolated and alone. A natural place for introversion. And ironically, when the angels come and speak to them and they go find Jesus and they see that this is actually happening. And what would you do if you were a shepherd and you discovered that God himself had stepped into human history and there he was right in front of you in a feeding box? It seems to me that you would go find the next biggest city, stand in the middle of the marketplace and declare to everyone what you know that the world will soon come to know. But it says the shepherds, after they saw it was real, were astonished and went back to the sheep, who of course really need to know that God has come. It seems that God is not really that strategic, except that it was more important to him to make sure the story was told in such a way that when the story was heard, it would change us. See, God wasn't bringing shepherds over to make sure that the world could know that the Messiah had come. He surrounded himself with a context so that we would know that God understands and he steps into our poverty. I'm convinced there are several layers here. One is that I think God is determined to let us know that he has come to us in all of our brokenness. See, in the spectrum of, well, human economics, you have, the Bill Gates of the world and then the anonymous nameless homeless guy on Third and Hope. But in the mind and sight of God, we're really all pretty poor. I just don't think God's that particularly impressed. We're going, wow, $40 billion. Look what they've done with that paper. Look how they print over and over and over again. You know, the God who creates the universe, whose possessions are an ever-expanding universe, I don't think he's that particularly impressed by even our greatest wealth. And God has this amazing way of looking at us and then stripping us of all the layers that we consider our worth. He strips us of our wealth and our power and our titles and our prestige and our fame and our possessions, and he sees us in our poverty for who we really are. See, I'm so convinced that if God had stepped into the world, well, the son of a king or the relative of a nobleman or the adopted child of the world's wealthiest sultan, most of us would have felt there's no way in the world God could ever come to me. But here he steps into our impoverishment. He brings himself into the world in the most base and common way to say to us, I know you in your poverty, and I am here. And he incarnates in that place where we have nothing. His identification is not incidental. The story drives this point over and over and over again. And then this class system thing. If you were going to pick someone to declare that you've come into the world and you're the king of kings, you really would not pick shepherds. In fact, I was thinking back when I was a kid in El Salvador, we had an uncle who was only 8 years older than us, and so he was like our big brother, but he was our hero. And his name is Hermelindo Ricardo Cardona, and so we would just call him Melling, because it's a long name. And he was our hero. He was a martial arts expert. He was like a black belt in karate, and he was also like this rock and roll musician. He was the lead singer of a band, and he was 16, 17 years old and had his own TV show when was traveling internationally and singing in clubs in Miami Beach, which was like the hub for Central American artists coming in. And I remember when he was around 17 years old, he had a fake mustache because he was the youngest guy in the band and wrote most of the music. And we'd watch him on television, and the phone would ring every single day, and it'd be all these endless fans, always girls. He'd sit there and go, no, 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 yes. And so he was our hero. And there was this huge contest across the country, across Central America, where Los Mustangs, which is my uncle's band, which means the Mustangs, in case you don't speak Spanish and are not very intuitive. And they had a contest between Los Mustangs and Los Supersónicos. And the two huge bands, and they were calling in, which is Central America's greatest band? And we would be calling in for our uncle. The Supersónicos won, but we just let that go. And he was still our hero. And then, as the story is told, he fell in love. He fell in love with this girl whose family owned the largest newspaper in El Salvador. And even though he was a rock and roll king, didn't matter how many albums, didn't matter the TV show, didn't matter that he was traveling internationally, they said, we will never allow our daughter to marry a musician. Because in that social system, even a wealthy musician is just a musician. You see, they lived in a world where what people did defined their value. And by the way, that's the world Jesus was born into. And it would never matter how much money a shepherd made or what kind of character a shepherd had. He was a shepherd. He was the lowest rung of employed humanity. You have to wonder why in the world God would choose someone with so little influence, except that maybe God was trying to influence us by who he would choose. And then right after the shepherds left, it moves into this other scenario where Jesus is going to the temple. It says, when the time came for Mary and Joseph to do what the law of Moses taught about being made pure, they took Jesus to Jerusalem to present him to the Lord. It is written in the law of the Lord, every firstborn male shall be given to the Lord. Mary and Joseph also went to offer a sacrifice, as the law of the Lord says, you must sacrifice 2 doves or 2 pigeons. Now, you ever read the little sections in the Bible and you go, I wonder why that's there. I'll just keep moving. That's just a transitional part in between the parts that we're supposed to pay attention to. But see, this part's actually important. It's there for a reason. And in fact, when it says that they were doing what the law said, you must sacrifice 2 doves or 2 young pigeons, if you know what the law says, that is what the law says, but it's not everything the law says. In fact, that's just one small part of what the law says. And it gives us an insight to the opening chapter of the story of God. See, back in Leviticus chapter 12, I'll begin in verse 6, it says this. After a woman, after she has a son or daughter, and her days of cleansing are over, the new mother must bring certain sacrifices to the tent of meeting. She must give the priest at the entrance a year-old lamb for a burnt offering and a dove or pigeon for a sin offering. He will offer them before the Lord to make her clean, so she will belong to the Lord again. Then she will be clean from her loss of blood. These are the teachings for a woman who gives birth to a boy or a girl. Then he goes on to say this. If she cannot afford a lamb, she is to bring 2 doves or 2 pigeons, 1 for a burnt offering and 1 for a sin offering. In this way, the priest will make her clean, so she will belong to the Lord again, and she will be clean. See, Luke wants us to understand that even here, when Jesus is presented in the temple, when they go through this ritual of sacrifice and letting God know, I belong to you, he belongs to you, they wanted you to understand that Jesus, his parents, had no lamb to bring. They only had, at best, 2 doves, 2 pigeons. But even here, they wanted to ensure that the story made clear that Jesus incarnated himself, wrapped himself up in our poverty, and understood and embraced and identified himself with us when we've come to nothing. I do think it's ironic that this happens right after the shepherds leave. I mean, if you needed a lamb, who would you go for? Would you go to a blacksmith or a carpenter? No, I think a shepherd would do. And these shepherds, having seen this angelic manifestation, do you think these shepherds would have denied them if he said, we need a lamb? At a reduced rate, about the price of a pigeon. I have a feeling the lamb would have been delivered. But there's some poetry here. See, what was offered for Jesus, for Mary, was the simple offering of 2 doves or 2 pigeons. Because later, Jesus would become the Lamb. There are things we should care about because God cares about them. And when we reclaim our humanity, we must care about them. See, Jesus came and identified himself with us in our poverty so that maybe, just maybe, when we look in the mirror, we would embrace our own poverty and find the humility, the transparency to come before God and say, God, you know, there's nothing of me that you need. He wants you to be sure that there is no one on this planet so broken, so fragmented, so sinful, so vile, so destructive, so empty, so useless that God doesn't value you with infinite and unconditional and unending love. Because most of us, we're not living life feeling like we're bringing the lamb. We're just barely able to bring the 2 pigeons to God. But I also know that what God wants to ensure is not only that we can come to him in our poverty, because he has come to us in his, but that we would never be able to see God without seeing those lost in their poverty. Now, I love the conversation Jesus has in Matthew chapter 11. It's when John the Baptist sends his disciples to ask Jesus if he's actually the Messiah, if he's really the Christ. And in fact, in Matthew 11, I'll begin in verse 2, it says, John the Baptist was in prison, but he heard about what Christ was doing. So John sent his followers to Jesus. They asked him, are you the one who was to come, or should we wait for someone else? I think this is such an interesting question from John, since John was there and he baptized Jesus, and he saw the Spirit of God descend on Jesus like a dove, whatever that means. And John saw the heavens opened, and then he heard the voice of God saying, this is my beloved Son with whom I am well pleased. I mean, can you have any more clarity than that? He's the one, John. And now John's confused. And what happens is whenever our world is in crisis, we become very confused about things we once believed. And John's in prison, and he's wondering why Jesus isn't coming through. And so he sends the question that all of us should ask. Is Jesus the one that my soul is searching for? And Jesus sends this response. Jesus answered them, go tell John what you hear and see. Here it is. Here's the resume. The blind see, the crippled can walk. The people with skin diseases are healed. The deaf can hear. The dead are raised to life. Can you feel the buildup? Can you feel Jesus moving to this epic revelation that he is the Messiah? The blind see, the crippled walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf hear, and the dead are raised to life. How in the world can you top that? Well, here it is. And the good news is preached to the poor. Now, let's be honest, that's not that impressive. That should go first. That's baseline. I mean, if you had a choice right now to see one of 2 miracles, the good news proclaimed to the poor, or a dead guy raised from the dead, how many would even hesitate? Dead guy, come on, I'm with you. Dead guy. Because we don't see things the way God sees them. So Jesus is listing these extraordinary acts of God. And he's moving in this powerful sense of momentum. The blind can see, the crippled can walk, the lepers are cleansed, the deaf can hear, the dead are raised. And I want you to know, here it is. Here's God's consummate, ultimate act of love. And good news is proclaimed to those who are trapped in the impoverishment of their lives. I remember when I first went to work among the urban poor, and I spent 10 years of my life in the middle of that context. I was in my early 20s, and I was so idealistic, and I was so convinced, the only problem was the man, and if I could just, bring down the man and find some way to circumvent this evil institution that holds impoverished people down, everything was going to be better, and everyone just needed a chance, and I would do everything I could to get somebody a place to stay, and to get someone a meal, and to get them clothes, and even to get them a car to go to work, and I would try to solve every material problem they had. And I can tell you, over and over and over again, I would find myself overwhelmed with sorrow to find the people I had poured so much into would go right back into the cycle of destructive behavior, trapped in poverty. And then there were others. And I found that there were some people, even just the smallest amount of help gave them the fuel, the momentum to create an entirely new life. And I quickly began to realize that there was a clear line of demarcation. That what happens when you are impoverished is not simply that you lose your place to live and the clothes to wear and the food to eat. You lose your capacity to dream, and you lose that source of hope. And when you are overwhelmed and consumed by despair, nothing and no one in the world can help you until you have hope. If you could somehow infuse hope into the soul of a human being, if you could find a way to inspire them to believe that tomorrow can be better than today, that they actually matter, that their life has value, it's amazing then how even the smallest amount of help changes everything for that person. See, maybe Jesus understands us better than we understand ourselves. And we want God to do these concrete acts that prove God to us. How we love those moments. How many of us would want to see the blind see, or a crippled person walk, or a deaf person see, or a leper cleansed? Or how many of us wouldn't give everything to see one dead person raised? But I don't know about you, but I've never really refined those skills. I just haven't really developed my ability to help blind see. Now, I've never been really particularly skilled at helping the deaf hear. I haven't even tried to cleanse one leper. It hasn't even come up. I am an entire loser when it comes to raising the dead. So I don't know how to join God in this. But it seems that God has invited us to be a part of what he considers the greatest and most extraordinary act of love, the greatest divine act in the world, and that is to bring hope to the poor. I can do that. And so can you. When I was new on my faith journey, somebody told me to read 5 Psalms and 1 proverb every day. I'm not sure why. It covers the whole thing every month. So I did. Since I didn't know what to do, I just started doing that. 5 Psalms and 1 proverb. And when it came to my birthday, on August 28th, I remember just coming to this screeching halt because a verse spoke to me, and it never let me go. It was Proverbs 28:27. See, it's easy for us to become judgmental and to condemn people, especially when it's some area of, well, sinfulness that you don't have a problem with. And so it's easy to be judgmental when someone is unfaithful, when someone struggles with adultery or infidelity, when someone is gay and you're straight, or when someone struggles with some arena or has a different life choice than us. It's so easy to put the focus on everything that isn't us and to close our eyes to what is us. But in Proverbs 28:27 it says this: "He who gives to the poor shall never want, but he who closes his eyes will be accursed." When I read that verse, it went through me like a javelin piercing my heart. And I knew so clearly that this was a practical measure of my faith, of my life. And I wonder how many of us live our lives blind to the poverty all around us. On Monday and Tuesday, I was in D.C. at the Pentagon. And then on Friday, I was here in L.A. working with one of the larger film studios with their 25 executives. And I realized there's not much difference between a soldier in Washington and an artist in L.A. Now, when I was in a conversation with one of the major generals at the Pentagon, he was telling me how they have a runaway suicide rate. How almost 75 to 80% of the soldiers are divorcing. Out of control, despair, hopelessness. And then when I'm here working with this studio, I realize almost instantly that the reason the creative process is diminished is because they don't realize that all they bring to work is themselves. And you can't ignore when someone is going through a divorce and think they're going to bring their most creative capacity to work, or when someone's kid is addicted to drugs and it's tearing their gut, it's tearing their heart out, and they are supposed to come to work and be imaginative. You wonder if you're going to have a job next month, and you're afraid for your life, for your future, for your security, and then you're supposed to be creative. See, the truth is that all of us, when we're alone and when no one sees us, we know the poverty of our souls. And one of the things that God so beautifully does is he meets us in that poverty, but then he calls us and compels us to give ourselves away in an act of sacrifice and generosity. And if you are looking for Jesus, you must see him in the poverty of the world. And so those are the words of Jesus. When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was naked, you clothed me. And those who did it naturally said, Lord, when did we do that? And Jesus said, when you did it for the least of these, you have done it for me. Jesus said, you have finally understood how to see God. When you've seen the pain and poverty of the world and have acted on my behalf, you have not only seen God, but you have allowed others to see God in you. My friend Goody, who grew up in Compton, sent me a verse this week, Proverbs 14:23. And I want to apply it in a new way tonight. In Proverbs 14:23 it says, hard work always produces a profit. I like that. Hard work always produces a profit. But then he said, but a lot of talk will lead to poverty. And here's our danger this month. Our theme is beyond us. But the truth of the matter is that we may never do anything beyond us. We may feign faith. God help us if we choose a theme called Beyond Us and do nothing that causes us to be afraid, to sacrifice, to risk. And so on Monday night when I was in D.C., I think it was, I felt this overwhelming burden inside of me. I couldn't even fully explain it. And so I emailed 3 of our leadership team, and I said, look, I want to do something this weekend. I want to give away all of our offering. I just want to give it all to the poor. And I just think we should do something that's beyond us. I can't come to the end of this and look in the mirror and know that we've just pretended and everything has been within us. And I had enthusiastic support with mirrors of reality. Erwin, we have $3,000 in our undesignated account. Every week we need $60,000 to pay the bills. And honestly, I know that we have to look at that, and I know it's my job to be aware of that and to make decisions based on that, but it just made me sick inside. Because I thought, every week we talk to you about living a life that matters, of living a life where faith is a reality. We talk to you about sacrificing and risking. And here we've embraced this thing beyond us, and if we don't act, we will live in a lie. And it will leave us hollow and empty. And so we worked out a healthy intersecting point. This is the deal I made. Every week it takes us $60,000 to pay all the bills in every location. We've been hitting about 58. We haven't been hitting the 60. So this is what we're going to do. Because when Jesus saw the widow who put her 2 mites into the temple, what he said was, she gave all she had. I love that. Because if she gave all she had nothing left. And so what I want to do tonight is I want us to give, and we're going to do this. This is not hypothetical. We've already been doing this all day. in every location, in all 7 locations, we're going to give the first $60,000 away to the poor. All of it. That's good, yeah. And then, if and however much we get over $60,000, we'll pay the bills. And you know how every week I give a disclaimer when we receive our offering? If you're a guest tonight, please feel no obligation to give. I'm not giving that tonight. Tonight, I want to throw out a different challenge. If you're here for once in your life, even if you've never even acknowledged God, try this assumption that maybe God brought you here for this moment so that your life could be forever changed. And I want you to try on generosity and see how it feels. Because we're going to do 2 specific things with the $60,000. There's an orphanage in Zambia and a water well that needs to be built there that will take $30,000 to build. $25,000 for the orphanage, $5,000 for the water well, and we're going to give half of that $60,000 right away to that orphanage and water well, and we're going to give it to them to build that orphanage and water well up front. And someone said to me, Erwin, you can't do something in another country because the people here at Mosaic, they're just not going to care that much about stuff overseas. So here's my response. You need to care. It needs to matter. We cannot live our lives in Los Angeles disconnected and unaware and ignorant and unconcerned that there are people around the world that do not have water to drink and children who do not have a place to live. And so I'm going to believe that we care. And I want us to act in accordance to that. Then the other $30,000 we're going to give to specific ministries, organizations like Hope Gardens that works with women who have been trapped in violence and helps them escape domestic violence. We're going to give to PATH that works with the homeless. And each location is going to have a localized place where our money that we get together is going to help someone. And they may never know it was us. In fact, it's most likely. But we'll know it was us. I think it matters. And so I'm going to ask you tonight to join me in this. And then for those of you who are a part of our community and it's your natural pattern to give, I'm going to challenge you to do something tonight. I'm going to ask you to give twice as much as you normally give. I have so many people who are afraid of us doing this. They get nervous for things like this. And I am just so convinced God wants to do something that will absolutely shake us at our foundation. The context for miracle is sacrifice. If you've wondered why you don't see the miraculous in your life, maybe it's just because there's no sacrifice in your life. So I want to invite you to join me in creating a miracle tonight, in doing something that is insane and ridiculous and maybe stupid. Could we just do an incredibly stupid, generous thing tonight? Without having to crunch the numbers and work out the rational explanation and just say, God, this is what we're going to do tonight. We're going to give this away so that we can serve a world that needs us. And then we're just going to open our arms and trust you to meet our needs. And then there are probably 50,000 people who listen to this podcast every single week. And you're a part of our community, and I get emails and text messages and notes from all over the world, and I never talk to you. Welcome to Mosaic. But every year, our community invests at least $100,000 to get you this podcast for free so that we can serve you and help you and encourage you and walk with you on your spiritual journey. And so I want to invite you tonight to join us in this. And join us in this moment where we invite God in the context of our sacrifice to do something miraculous that is beyond us. And someone invites you to give, and I don't really know how. And I think there's internet stuff. All right. Something we should care about. We should care about the poverty of the world. The question now is, what are we going to do?
This has been a presentation of Mosaic, a community of faith, love and hope. To support future podcasts, please visit our online giving page at my.mosaic.org.
You're listening to CFRN, the Christian Financial Radio Network.
I'm still awake, so I picked up a pen and a page, and I started writing just what I'd say if we were face to face. I'd tell you just what you mean to me, tell you these simple truths. Be strong in the Lord, never give up hope. You're gonna do great things, I already know.